Thank you. All right. The inquiry. Mr. Pintos Lopez, you're appearing for Mr. Cheney in his absence today.
Yes, Your Honour.
Excellent. All right. Everybody in court 2.
Morning, Your Honour.
Good morning. Yes. And Mr. Ockleshaw, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honour.
All right, we're all loud and clear.
Mr. Ockleshaw, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can well, thank you.
Now, I believe yesterday you informed us that you believe you arrived in Tathra proper between about 3 o'clock and 3:15. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Can I ask that the document at page 3066, that being a map, be put on the screen? Do you have a copy of that document there?
Yes, I do, thank you.
Yes. Are you able to indicate where you first went when you arrived in Tathra?
Yeah, I first went into Killarney Road.
Do you see that on that map?
Yes, I do.
Can you mark with an A that location?
Thank you.
That's towards the bottom of the page in the middle.
That's correct.
I withdraw that. Did you at that time inform the Fire Control Centre that you had arrived in Tathra?
Yes, I did.
And what were conditions like at that time?
It was smoky, it was very hot, and it was very windy.
Could you see fire in Tathra proper?
No, there was a wall of smoke between myself and the northern part of Tathra. But from what I'd encountered earlier on Thompson's Road, I understood that fire would be in that area.
Yes. If we go back a moment then, when were you at Thompson's Drive?
Immediately before I went to Tathra.
So you drove from your position close to the river via Thompson Drive into Tathra?
That's correct. Thompson's Drive is a one-way road. So I drove up it approximately a kilometre and was turned around by solid flames across the road. I also encountered quite a few civilians on their way out.
When you say drove up it, do you mean to the north?
That's correct.
Where did you encounter the flames or the fire at Thompson Drive?
It would be approximately the middle of the second square in the map I've been handed.
Could you mark that with a B?
Did you approach Thompson Drive from a smaller road or from Tathra Road?
From Tathra Road, Your Honour.
And what did you see there?
I saw high fire activity on both sides of the road, and there were flames lying horizontally across the road. I backed off from that area and gave a sit rep, including a weather report and my advice for an emergency warning.
When you say you gave a sit rep, who did you give that to?
For the Fire Control Centre.
Was that by radio?
That's correct.
Do you recall what you said to them at that time?
Yeah, I would have recounted what I'd encountered. I would have forwarded what I'd encountered, and that I also would have given them a grid position for where I was, and that an emergency warning should be issued for Tathra. And I do recall that I was told that was in hand. I also gave them...
Continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. Ockleshaw.
Thank you. I also gave them a weather report. I saw fire up trees, and the sound for a firefighter, the sound of the fire is very indicative of what's going on, and I could tell by the sound of the fire that it was consuming a lot of material to my east.
So the fire was well and truly on the east of the road by that point?
I can't tell you how long it had been before it had crossed the road. I would estimate that it was at least 50 metres to the east of the road. I couldn't see beyond that. I couldn't tell you how far it was at that point.
And if you say that you arrived in Tathra proper at between 3 and 3:15, are you able to estimate what time that was?
It would only have been about 10 to 15 minutes before that. So it would have been approaching 3 o'clock, I believe.
Yes. And having made that situation report, were you provided any instructions by Fire Control Centre?
No.
So what did you do then?
I went towards Tathra and started to do my best to liaise with other services and find out what resources we had on the ground. I recall in Killarney Road, I made contact with a few residents who were coming out of their houses, and at the very end of the road, I encountered an elderly gentleman on his veranda who told me he had a disabled lady inside. And I noted that information and transferred that information to some police I encountered shortly thereafter.
So you told them verbally?
That's correct.
Yes. Go on, Mr. Ockleshaw.
Thank you. I continued patrolling the streets along Bega Street and Pacific Street, and I also went initially to the Tathra station to see who...
Now, in making those patrols along Bega Street and Pacific Street, did you make any observations of fire at that time?
No, there was no fire impacting those areas, but there was a lot of drift, which is smoke not coming from the immediate column, and so visibility was quite low.
Did you see any embers at that time?
No.
You then went to the Tathra fire station?
That's correct.
And what did you do there?
I looked around to find who was there and who was available. I learnt that the crews were already out on the fire ground and that they were in Tathra Lower.
When you say Tathra Lower...
Yes, sorry. So locally, Tathra is on 2 levels, and it's sort of upper and lower Tathra. So the area from the tennis courts on your map there north is down on a floodplain on lower Tathra, and it's all down at beach level. And the stuff south of that is actually elevated.
So when you say the fire crews were in Tathra Lower, you mean in the areas including, well, let's see, Esther Street, Eckner Drive, that segment of the map?
I believe they were down there at that stage, yes.
Were you told what they were doing?
Yeah, I guess I probably learnt that they were defending houses. I learnt fairly quickly that there were houses being impacted.
And who told you that?
I don't recall who I encountered at the brigade.
Where is the fire station?
It's marked on this map with the words RFS, just south of where Killarney Road intersects Bega Street.
Oh, yes, I see.
Yes. So how long were you at the station for?
Only a number of minutes.
When you say a number of minutes, do you mean 5, 10? Are you able to estimate?
3 to 5, perhaps 3.
Yes.
Yep.
Did you have any communications with Fire Control Centre at that time?
I'm sorry, I don't recall. There was a lot of radio traffic.
Yes. Now, at some point in the afternoon, you assumed the Tathra 1 call signal, did you?
A Tathra control, that's correct.
Was
And I did that as I entered Killarney Road.
So you assumed Tathra control when you first entered Killarney Road at between 3 p.m. and 3:15, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And how did you do that?
You make a radio call, and what happens is my call sign changes to that call sign, and then that call sign can be handed to anyone. So it's our standard operating procedures that once somebody has established control, it's immaterial who that person is. It's handed to a suitable person as a fire either scales up or scales down.
So you identified yourself on the radio as Tathra control.
That's correct.
Was there any broadcast by Fire Control Centre to confirm that?
It would have been acknowledged. That's correct.
Yes, but
And from that point, from that point onwards, they will address you as the control call sign.
did you hear any instructions issued by Fire Control Centre to other units to treat you at that time as fire control?
No, that wouldn't happen. That's not required. Our standard operating procedures are that once somebody has assumed control, then you defer to them in the first instance when you can.
So there were no directions, for example, that units should, from that point onwards, check in with you when they arrived at Tathra?
That may have been broadcast. However, as I said, it's not necessary. It's standard operating procedures that once somebody's taken control, that units are to take directions from whoever is control.
You didn't hear any
Sorry, go ahead.
broadcast. You didn't hear any such broadcast, did you, Mr. Ockleshaw?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
You didn't hear a broadcast, for example, directing crews to check in with you when they arrived in Tathra, did you?
I did actually hear that throughout the afternoon. It's standard procedure for people to be told that they are to report to whoever is control. And ordinarily in that circumstance, the fireground channel is also conveyed.
After you left the Tathra fire station, where did you go?
I proceeded through some of the back streets. I know I went down Dilkerra Road initially, and it's one of the two ways down onto Lower Tathra. And from there, I travelled immediately to the roads on the interface. So they're the roads to the west of Tathra, Lower Tathra.
When you say the interface, what do you mean?
So that's where the bush meets the rural area.
Yes. And which roads were they?
So Wildlife Drive, Sanctuary Place, Panorama.
Yes. If you mark the map with a C for that area. Thank you. And what did you observe there?
There are already houses being impacted through that area, and there were crews working in that area already, and there was spot fires starting in the streets also to the east.
Can we have that map brought up, please?
Yes.
All right, can you just repeat that? Sorry, Mr. Ockleshaw.
Yeah, thank you. So the roads Wildlife Drive, Panorama Drive, Ocean View Terrace, there was already houses being impacted, so there was houses on fire, and there were lots of nascent fires, tiny little fires, you know, in fences and up against, you know, garden beds and often in garden beds. And there were crews already working on houses being impacted. I also observed right from the start spot fires starting away from the interface, So that's not just the houses that backed onto the bush, but houses on the other side of the road and then the parallel streets to my east.
You said Ocean View Terrace before. Can you indicate where that is relative to Wildlife Drive?
Yeah, it's as if it was the extension. It's not marked on this map, but it's the one that goes north-south from Panorama Drive.
Yes, the one where there is a large cluster of...
Indeed,
So
that's correct.
What is the name of that road?
That's Ocean View Terrace.
Thank you.
Ocean View, as you can see, Ocean View Terrace was one of the most heavily impacted areas.
Now, that area was the interface between the houses and the bush. Could you see where the main fire front was at that time?
So it wasn't a classic line front. There was tongues of fire coming out of the bush to various houses. And there was also a lot of smoke. From time to time, you couldn't see the end of your bonnet. So determining exactly where the fire was not possible.
Now, can I ask you, perhaps doing the best that you're able, to mark those tongues of fire, perhaps with lines, where you saw primary tongues of fire coming out of the bush?
Thank you, I've done that. I do remember well the dead end on Panorama Drive. There was a crew there, one of the local crews in a Category 9 fire appliance, and they had their vehicle actually up into the bush, and I instructed them to stop trying to fight it in the bush and try and get down onto save some houses.
Yes, and why did you give that instruction?
Because our primary concern is always the safety of firefighters. The secondary concern is for the well-being of the public, and the third is for property. And it was also an unrealistic thing to do to try and attempt to put the fire out in the bush.
So, did you reach a conclusion as to whether it was possible to make a direct fire, I withdraw that, direct attack on the fire at that time?
Yeah, I'm afraid that was patently clear.
Yes, quite. Sorry, can I ask that Mr. Barnes holds that map that you've drawn on up to the camera so that we can have a look at it? Thank you. Is that the right way around? So you've drawn a series of dotted lines, have you, heading towards Panorama Drive, Wildlife Drive and Ocean View Terrace?
That's correct.
And those were the tongues of fire that we were discussing before?
That's correct. Sorry, that's our way of drawing a fire edge. We normally dot it. I can fill that in for you if you like.
No, that's helpful. Now that we know what you've done, we'll adopt your approach. Now, Mr. Ockleshaw, thank you, Mr. Barnes. That's sufficient. Grateful.
Before you move on, can you just, on that map, put those dots of lines into a key and describe what they are? Thanks.
I will do that. Thank you. Yes, I'll do that for you, Your Honour.
Now, at that time, did you have any communications with the Fire Control Centre?
Yes, there was ongoing communications.
And what did you tell them?
What I saw.
Okay, so effectively what you've just described to us?
That's correct. I also would have told them what crews I'd encountered and what crews were doing.
Yes. And did
I also... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't mean to cut you off, Mr. Ockleshaw.
What my role specifically is to try and predict what's going to happen and request the appropriate resources to tackle what we're seeing before us. Fairly early on in the piece, I called for a very large number of appliances.
Yes, when was that?
As I said, it was early on in the piece. I couldn't give you an exact time, but it was very early in the proceedings.
Was it before or after you reached the Tathra fire station?
It was after.
Shortly after?
It was after I had patrolled the roads that were the interface. So the three roads that we had described: Wildlife Drive, Panorama Drive, and Ocean View Terrace. That was the area being impacted heavily. And after I had seen what was happening there, then a strategy was starting to form.
And what, by way of units, did you request?
I requested 40 units.
At that stage, how many units were actually in Tathra?
I believe there was somewhere between 5 and 10.
But you didn't at that time have a good handle on exactly what resources were in Tathra?
That's correct.
When you offered that request, I withdraw that, when you made that request to fire control, what was their response?
There was a pause and I believe probably some incredulity. It's very unusual to ask for 40 appliances. And at the end of the pause, I stressed that I was not joking, that this is what I needed. Ordinarily, one would specify what category of tanker one is asking for. I knew that a request for 40 appliances would mean send me everything you've got.
Yes, 40 appliances, just so that we can put that in perspective. I take it that would have required the resources to be sent from a number of different locations?
Correct.
Are you able to say,
I believe,
for example, how wide an area would have required or would have been involved in that response?
I know that ultimately we had in excess of 57 units on the fire ground. And I know that there were units that came from Maruya and Cooma.
Yes. When you were having those discussions with the Fire Control Centre, did they provide any instructions to you as to the strategy to be implemented?
No, but that's not their role. It's the commander on the ground that generates that strategy.
Yes. And so you were beginning to say that you started formulating a strategy?
That's correct, and it was save as many houses as possible. And it was an ongoing it was a dynamic triage of what was viable and what wasn't viable.
Yes.
And maintaining mobility and making sure that appliances were working on the correct savable dwellings and bits of infrastructure was my primary target for the rest of the day.
Yes. So if we just go back a moment and think to the time that you had begun chasing the fire itself, earlier in the day after you'd left the Bega Control Centre at 1 p.m, if we assume that at that time the very worst had been assumed and it was perceived that it was likely that the fire was going to impact Tathra proper prior to or at around 3 p.m, are you able to make any assessments as to what you might have done if you were in the position of Tathra control at that time?
So
just to be
sorry, Mr. Oppleshaw, are you asking him that to assume at some stage in the day he was given information that at 3 o'clock Tathra would be impacted by fire?
Yes.
Yes,
Mr. Oppleshaw.
You need to say at what time of the day.
Yes, Mr. Oppleshaw, if you were told at 1:30 p.m. That Tathra was going to be impacted by fire, and you were tasked with by 3 p.m, and you were tasked with responding to that, can you provide us with an indication as to what you would have done?
I would have done exactly the same thing. I would have recalled for the resources available.
Yes. Would you have made that call immediately at 1:30?
You'll appreciate that we're now talking in the abstract, and
Yes, of course.
you know, what we would or wouldn't have done is a matter of some conjecture, I guess.
Yes, Mr. Oggleshaw,
I-
can I just interrupt you to indicate I'm not asking this question by way of criticism. I'm simply seeking an indication as to what, with the benefit of hindsight, in the assumed situation that I've put to you, you would have done.
Your Honour,
I understand. Thank you.
Sorry.
I object. It's just at such a level of generality, the assumption that's being asked to be made is that there's a prediction that what in fact unfolded is what Mr. Oggleshaw is to assume, because he's already described a situation which, as I understand it, was of a magnitude much greater than is normally expected, where 40 trucks were required, and that was met with incredulity, whereas I think there needs to be a great deal of precision as to what his understanding is, the level of knowledge that he has.
The difficulty is that what role were you performing at 1:30, Mr. Oggleshaw?
At 1:30, I was just leaving the fire control centre to make my way to the Gilla and Blackfellows Lagoon area to try and gain some intel.
Right, but what was your designated role at that time?
To go and provide intel on,
So what position?
see where,
What position were you occupying in terms of were you the fire controller?
no, I was not. I was, at that stage, I was under my call sign, which is Bega Group South 2.
And see, that's the difficulty, because that question in terms of what would you do as your designation if you had that information?
Yes, quite, Your Honour. I'm simply striving at, Your Honour heard some evidence yesterday.
No, but that question might be for the controller at 1:30.
Well, the issue or the proposition, perhaps if I can put it again.
Just a moment. Mr. Oggleshaw, I understand that at 1:30 you were not appraised of any information that suggested that there was a likelihood the fire would be impacting Tathra by about 3 p.m?
Not only is that exactly correct, that's actually what I was seeing as I was driving east.
I know,
I saw a...
I know, but I'm
Sorry.
just saying to you that before you left the fire control centre, were you advised of the likelihood that the fire would be at Tathra by about 3 p.m?
No.
Yes, of course. Mr. Oggleshaw wasn't the fire controller.
No, so when you say what would you do, it depends what his role is.
Well, Mr. Oggleshaw, had at 1:30 p.m. you been tasked with travelling to Tathra and assuming the role of Tathra control, what would you have done had you been informed that there was a possibility or probability that the fire would impact Tathra in the way that it ultimately did by 3 p.m?
In perfect firefighting, I would have done exactly the same as I did. You'll appreciate it is an imperfect science, but I'm very comfortable with the question. This is how we train for these events. We play war games. We do what we call IMXs, which are a desktop exercise in which we go through these machinations, and invariably we take a highly conservative approach because we are in the abstract and we say, send the cavalry.
Yes.
And I would have done exactly the same thing.
Yes, you would have done exactly the same thing. Is it the case that you would have done it at the time you assumed the role of Tathra controller earlier in the day at 1:30 p.m, had you been tasked to assume that role at that time?
If you're suggesting to me, had I known that the fire was to the east of Thompson's Road and impacting houses in Wildlife Drive, I certainly would have called for a lot of resources at that point, yes.
No, I'm not quite asking that. I'm asking whether if you knew at 1:30 p.m. that by 3 p.m. there would be those type of impacts, you would have done, I withdraw that, you would have made that request at that time in anticipation of the fire later hitting Tathra in the way that it did.
Your Honour, I object. I just don't see how this is helpful evidence in circumstances where it's just an entirely hypothetical situation, which is not in fact tied to any appreciation of such a condition at 1:30. There's no suggestion anyone had any idea that what unfolded in Tathra that afternoon was...
Oh, I think that there was somebody who had an idea that the Tathra would be impacted. That's what the evidence is.
Well, with respect, Your Honour, it was that there would be a spot fire to an area, that there may be a spot to an area to the north of Thompson's Drive. It's quite a different proposition to what ultimately unfolded at 3 p.m.
Well, surely part of the IMX training is to project what could be happening and the probabilities of what's happening, and if so, what action should be taken in preparation of that action, of that anticipation. I allow the question.
Please, Court.
Mr. Ockleshaw, are you able to answer the question?
Had I been
Put it in the perfect world, if you were told at 1:30 that Tathra was going to be alight by 3, what would you have done in preparation to fight that fire, to minimise damage?
I would have flooded the streets with firefighting resources. I would have flooded the streets that I'd covered before, Ocean View Terrace, Wildlife Drive and Panorama Drive, with a truck in each driveway.
Yes. Would it have been...
And I suspect...
Go on, Mr. Ockleshaw.
Sorry to editorialise on it, but I suspect that any person within this building, had they been privy to that information, would have attempted to do the same thing. There's nothing unique about the way I would have tackled it.
No, and again, Mr. Ockleshaw, I'm not suggesting that you had that information. Would it have been possible, for example, to attempt to establish some kind of control line at Thompson Drive?
No.
And why not?
3 metre flame heights lying horizontally across the road.
Yes, but had, again, you been aware at 1:30, when the fire was still well and truly on the other side of the Bega River, that it was likely to cross the Bega River and travel towards Tathra and impact Tathra by 3 p.m, would Thompson Drive have been a suitable location to attempt to establish a control line?
Thompson's Drive runs down a ridge, a very steep ridge.
Yes.
When we train people and we hold our hands up like this and we tell them there's a road that runs along the top of this, that is the very last place you want to be in a fire.
Yes, and that's because...
The fire comes up at... Sorry, go ahead.
That's because fire runs faster uphill?
Absolutely, and this day it was running at a phenomenal rate.
Yes.
It wouldn't have mattered how many resources you had on Thompson's Road. It wouldn't have mattered how many bulldozers or aircraft you had. You would never hold it on that ridge.
And what about the interface between Wildlife Drive, Ocean View Terrace, Panorama Drive and the bushland? Was that a better location to attempt to establish a containment line?
There is a small clearing between those houses and the bush. It's called an APZ, an Asset Protection Zone, to try and help manage lower intensity fires. It would have been entirely academic, as by that point it was raining embers in town.
Yes. So you in essence say that a containment line wouldn't have been able to be established at that location?
At the interface, that's correct.
So when you say interface, you mean the front of the fire?
Your Honour, we refer to the interface as where the bush finishes at people's back gardens. So in that area, some people have fences, some people just let the bush kind of peter out into their back garden. But generically, that interface area, that area between the bush and the private property is known as the interface.
Thank you. So, just for me to have an accurate picture, once the fire, I take it the fire crossed the river by spotting. In terms of
That's correct.
Embers were in
It can't
the
be.
air and they came across the fire. I mean, they came across the river in the air by little embers or big embers.
That would be the only method it would get across a river, Your
Right.
Honour.
So once those embers take hold, do they then become a new fire front, or do they are they containable?
The unique part about this fire was where they landed on the southern side of the Bega River is full of bulrushes, and so fire will burn essentially on top of the water. So bulrushes will stick up out of the river, and you can't drive up to them and put water on them, and yet the actual area out on the water will burn because the bulrushes will carry fire along there.
And when you were down at the river, seeing if the fire had crossed, and you saw the smoke and flames, was that in that bulrush area?
That's correct, but as I said yesterday, I was clear to Firecom, I was uncertain as to where the fire was. There was a lot of drift smoke in the area, and I believed there was fire to my east when I made my way to the river, but I couldn't be sure.
And once you arrived in Thompson's Drive and you had to turn around because of the flames there, was that consistent with the fire having travelled from where you suspected it to have been at the bulrushes to Thompson's Drive, or is it consistent with that being another ember attack spot fire?
I have to say I was very surprised to encounter the fire I did on Thompson's. When you drive from Bega to that area, some 20 minutes commute, the entire time I was looking at the smoke column and where it was, and the angle and colour and behaviour of the smoke column will tell you a lot about what's going on in the fire and the kind of country it's consuming. And it was certainly to the north of the Bega River. I was very surprised to discover that it was as far south as it was. Anybody viewing that fire from the south would have put that fire a couple of kilometres north of Tathra.
Right. And when
And I believe, I believe that actually goes to the gist of the surprise that this thing turned up in Tathra at all, because this fire was well and truly north of Tathra and travelling east from that position. To discover that it was in the river corridor and approaching Tathra was a great surprise to me.
and by the time you got to Tathra, are you dealing with the ember attack or the moving column?
Both, Your Honour.
So when you're driving from Thompson's Drive into where I think Killarney Avenue is, or Panorama in fact, are you seeing embers in the sky that are going to impact on Tathra?
That's correct. As I was approaching the interface, when you stop and actually get out of your vehicle and listen, as I said before, sometimes you can't see the end of your bonnet, and you actually have to move around out of your vehicle normally to appreciate what's going on. And at that point, I could see very heavy embers. So the embers were very unusual on that day. They were falling vertically. Normally, an ember will do this.
Yeah.
You know, it will be a small, light piece of bark or a leaf. But these embers were like cricket balls falling vertically.
As opposed to lofting leaves.
That's correct.
And so when you say that you would have flooded a particular street with units, that wouldn't have coped with embers falling like cricket balls to the east of where those units are?
No, you would have had to have, as we did, maintain mobility and keep mobile and keep addressing fires as they popped up. Ordinarily, in these circumstances, the fire would hit the interface and you would deal with it. It was very unusual to have fires 2, 3 and 4 streets in, and subsequently all the way to the other side of the bay behind the pub and over on the wharf were catching on fire as well. It was a very unusual circumstance.
Had you seen such embers falling like vertical cricket balls before
Never.
and since?
Yeah, unfortunately I have. I've a very recent 60 plus days firefighting over this last season, and I've seen some extraordinary things this season too.
Yes, thank you. Quite. Before we move on from this particular subject, Mr. Ockleshaw, you indicated before that, as at the time that you were at Wildlife Drive at the interface, you thought there were some 5 to 10 units available in Tathra, and subsequently that number peaked at some 57. Is it the case that had the assumption that I put to you earlier held true, you might have had significantly more than 5 to 10 resources in Tathra available to you by 3 p.m. or 3:30?
Absolutely. I think that's pretty evident, isn't it? If we'd called for them a couple of hours earlier, they would have been there a couple of hours earlier.
Yes, and that might have made some difference to, for example, the number of houses ultimately lost.
Absolutely.
Yes. Going to that time where you're at Panorama Drive and Wildlife Drive, and you have by that stage assumed, or I withdraw that, having made some observations of that area, you assumed the Tathra control. Are you able to provide us with a general overview as to what the flow of information to you as Tathra controller was like from that time?
Yes, thank you. Firecom would keep us informed throughout the afternoon of incoming units and where strike teams were coming from and their likely arrival time. Firecom would also tell us when air resources were available, and they would also tell us anything pertinent about weather and weather changes that they had, and we would continually report back to Firecom what we were doing, what units we had on the ground, and what they were doing.
So there was a lot of information going back and forth?
We tell them what our actions are, what support we need, and what's under threat.
And you received a significant number of calls from various persons or RFS personnel on the fire ground, is that right?
I have 6 radios in my vehicle. They were all going.
All going at once, all the time?
Absolutely.
Yes. Did you have any assistance at that time in managing that flow of information?
So early on in the piece, another group officer who'd come in from the north was directing some units at the northern end, which worked well as I came in from the southern end. And that's Dave Lucas. And Dave Lucas and I were in constant radio contact from the time that he crossed the Mongarika Bridge. And we were both only in town for perhaps 20 or 30 minutes on the lower part of Tathra, 20 or 30 minutes before we decided to team up. The workload was fairly intense, and I was fortunate he had a scribe with him, or we soon got a scribe, and so then we had 3 people in the vehicle, and having a scribe is invaluable at that point because they were noting down addresses of properties under threat, addresses of properties lost, through radio traffic, the names of vehicles and where they were, and any vehicles that they saw. The scribe was also taking this down, and eventually you build up a picture of the resources you have on the ground. It was very important to us not to micromanage the units. A lot of the time you couldn't directly communicate with the units because every single person was out of that fire truck working or rolling up a hose to move to another location. Between us, we maintained the same approach, which was to continue to be mobile and triage the resources we had and the assets under threat.
Yes. And it was about 4 p.m, was it, that you joined up with Group Officer Lucas?
That's correct.
And so from that point on, you gradually were able to develop a more complete picture as to where the fire was and where the other units were?
That's correct.
Did you at any stage feel like you had a handle on precisely or close to precisely what units were available and where they were?
Close to that, yes. There were still units that would pop up and from other services that we were unaware of.
And how long did it take you to get to a point where you had close to a complete picture?
Or shortly after we teamed up.
Yes.
And the logs will reflect that. It's one of the things that we would report how many units we have on the fire ground.
Yes.
Units sometimes don't call in when they arrive. You know, it's pretty natural instinct to just jump out of the truck and start trying to save a house.
I can understand that. Now, on that subject, at paragraph 24 of your statement, you indicate that there were areas where all services were working on inappropriate tasks, either on assets that could not be saved or the task was of reduced consequence in comparison to other risk assets. Can you just outline for the court what you mean by that observation?
I don't think you've characterised that correctly. I don't believe that all services were...
Words, Mr. Ockleshaw.
Sorry?
I've just read to you your words, Mr. Ockleshaw. If they're not correct,
Yes, not
please.
all units. All services from time to time were sometimes working on, for instance, putting out a fence when in the next street they could be putting out a house. And that's the beauty of having somebody mobile and triaging, because of necessity that unit doesn't have a bigger picture.
Yes, of course. How often did you encounter scenarios like that?
Oh, that's an ongoing thing. You know, you just keep trying to improve what's going on and, dynamically assessing what it is that is savable.
And why do you think that particular issue was arising?
I think it's very natural when people arrive at an incident that perhaps is the most intense or extreme that they've ever seen, that their instinct is to get out and start putting the wet stuff on the red stuff. And they think they're doing the right thing, but they don't actually have the big picture.
Yes, and was that in part because many of the crews that arrived did not formally ask for directions or formally become part of the command structure with you at the top of it?
Some crews did that, but we were quickly able to improve the use of the resources.
Yes.
As I said earlier, I saw that as, we saw that as one of our main roles. You know, in those circumstances, you're not actually telling people, which lever on their pump to pull. You're relying on people's expertise. And our job was really just to harness them to the best ability.
Yes. But there were, in essence, a number of units that you only became aware of in an ad hoc way, either because you saw them on the street or because you heard them over the radio?
That's correct.
And there were some units that you simply never became aware of?
I don't know that there were units that I never became aware of, but I certainly know that there were units that I never had any direct communications with.
Yes.
Does that include both RFS units and fire and rescue units?
That's probably correct, yes. And it would also include straight forests and national parks. One person from the national parks team may say, what do you want us to do? And so you don't actually have contact with all of their team. You only have contact with their leader.
Were you able to take any steps on the night to reduce the impact of that particular issue?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We'd just stop and physically talk to people. If we didn't have a common radio channel, we'd try to stop and talk to people.
What about in relation to the RFS and personnel?
With the RFS, it's not an issue because we have common radio channels and we have common operating procedures, so we can always call somebody.
But there were still RFS personnel that you were not aware of or did not formally come and ask you for instructions?
That's correct. And when we saw a unit arrive and start working efficiently, there was no point interrupting them.
Yes. But you would interrupt them if, for example, you saw them working on an asset that was not a high priority or had already been lost.
That's correct.
And you did in fact see a number of units during the course of the evening and afternoon working on inappropriate assets or assets that had been lost?
Some, that's correct.
Yes. Are you able to indicate from your experience whether there are any lessons that might be taken away from this as to how to better assimilate everybody into the same command structure at an earlier time?
Yeah, we can do that on a couple of fronts. It can be structural changes. So that means common radio channels, training on those, learning how to use those common radio channels, and also the reduction of siloing on the fire ground is a cultural thing. You know, training together and gaining respect and an understanding for the other services is a very powerful way of making those connections. I'll just add that there was always professional, polite and respectful interaction between all the services. There's great camaraderie on the fire ground. We work with all the services regularly. Ordinarily, we would encounter fire and rescue at a car accident, which unfortunately is, 70 or 80% of when I see them. And we have a terrific relationship with them. And there was never any animosity or difficulty between any of the services, just issues with command and control through structural issues. So that would be, radios and cultural issues, I think would be the two key areas.
Yes. So from your perspective, the concerns weren't, for example, personal animosity on the ground level. They were broader communication and coordination issues between the two services.
That's accurate, yes.
Yes. Now, you've indicated before in quite some detail that Tathra seemingly was first affected by sometime between 3 and, well, at least by 3 p.m. or 3:15. Is that right?
That's correct.
If the intelligence log at the Fire Control Centre was suggesting that there were spot fires at Thompson Drive at 3:24 p.m, that would have been quite a long way behind the picture that you'd observed, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's correct.
And if there'd simply been a note that the fire was impacting Tathra with no further detail at 3:26 p.m. for the first time, that would also be significantly behind the reality on the ground, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's what I've told you what I saw, and I can't talk to what's in the log, but I believe that we certainly would have conveyed what we saw.
Yes, you were conveying what you saw to the bigger Fire Control Centre as you saw it.
That's correct.
Yes. One of the key focuses, if I move to another topic, was the safe egress of people from the town.
Correct.
You became aware by about 3:30 p.m. that there were at least 100 people on the beach and foreshore area, is that right?
That's correct.
And Tathra proper was by that point well and truly burning in various places.
Correct.
And so no one in town would have been, or I withdraw that, no one who for example, was looking out of their window would have been unaware that there was a fire in close proximity to the town. Is that right?
I would say that's correct, yes.
But they might not have been aware of what they should do in response to that fire or where they should go.
Yeah, I can't talk to what the general public think.
Well, did you have encounters with members of the public who were not sure as to what they should do or where they should go?
They always stop and ask you, and a lot of people get out of their house and move perhaps 100 metres or 200 metres away and slowly find themselves pushed by the fire. It was a very patchwork fire ultimately, so there were safe areas within the town, and then you'd encounter a burning house, you know, on its own in another street. So there was safety walking around town, but the people, the civilians on the road, were in danger of a fire truck coming out of the smoke and encountering them.
Yes. Were you provided by Fire Command a set of instructions as to what directions you should be giving residents in relation to evacuation?
Oh yeah, we have very clear standard operating procedures on how to deal with that.
And what were those?
Well, they are that things like emergency evacuations and dealing with the public is the police's remit and not ours. And whenever we're asked what to do, we don't give direct instructions and say, you must leave. My personal approach to that is, I will always be asked that. My personal approach to that is to say, look, if it was me, I wouldn't be here.
Yes. But you weren't given, for example, information from Fire Control Centre that there had been an evacuation point set up in a particular location?
I don't believe so.
Or a particular evacuation route that had been adjudged to be safer than others?
No, but I am aware that with consultation with the police, we asked them to keep the people off the roads and direct them towards the surf club, which was a building that was inherently safe.
Yes. Are you aware that the first emergency warning appears to have been issued at 3:47 p.m. On the 18th of March, and that was issued via a voice message to landline telephones that advised, I'll read it to you, New South Wales Rural Fire Service emergency bushfire warning, bushfire burning towards Thompson Drive, Tathra area. You are in danger, act immediately, seek shelter now to protect you from the heat of the fire, stay up to date, check the RFS website, and I won't read the rest because it's just a phone number and a website address. That information, again, from your experience of the fire, was well behind the times?
Hang on, there's two questions there. You asked me whether I'm aware that
Yes.
there was a...
Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't know anything about emergency warnings. Our end of the exercise is to recommend emergency warnings, but I have no information about what was issued and when.
Yes, you indicated earlier that you advised the Fire Control Centre that an emergency warning should be issued,
That's correct.
and you gave that indication at roughly what time, do you think?
About 3 o'clock.
Yes. And by that time, the fire was impacting Tathra.
I believe it was impacting Tathra. It was certainly where I was on Thompson's Drive.
Yes. So if a message was sent at 3:48 or 3:47 p.m. saying, this is a text message saying Thompson Drive, Tathra, immediate danger, seek shelter now, that would have been about 48 minutes after your observations of Thompson Drive, Tathra being on
That's
fire.
correct.
Just want to ask you very quickly about aviation support. Mr. Ockleshaw, you were in contact, were you, with aviation resources?
That's correct.
You requested aircraft support?
That's correct.
And when did you do that?
I believe I did that actually when I was in Killarney Drive.
So when you first arrived in Tathra?
That's correct.
And were you satisfied with the speed at which those resources arrived?
Yes.
Were you in continued contact with aircraft resources through the afternoon?
Yes.
Did you receive any intelligence from the aircraft resources as to where the fire was burning?
Yes, we received very good intelligence from them.
Did you filter that up to the control centre?
Yes. It's golden information. It becomes, and it's a trigger for giving a sit rep. It's very high quality information, and it's something that we cherish, that information from the air.
And why is it so useful?
Well, you'll appreciate that it's a unique vantage point, and sometimes that person has a better view of the fire than we do on the ground.
So it might, for example, tell you that there are fires burning in places you didn't know they were burning?
That's possible at other fires. I've experienced that. That's correct.
And it might inform you where resources should be directed.
That's correct.
Now, in your statement, you, Mr. Ockershaw, set out a series of concerns regarding communication and coordination between the RFS and Fire and Rescue New South Wales. You do that at paragraphs 21 and 229 particularly. Is it fair to say that, in a nutshell, the concerns that you had related principally to the communications between the two organisations?
That's correct.
And a breakdown of the command structure as between the RFS and Fire and Rescue New South Wales?
I wouldn't characterise it as a breakdown. I just think we can do it better.
Well, was there a failure to appropriately recognise the RFS's role as the head of that command structure in your experience?
I don't know whether they had failed to recognise that it was our fire, which was just difficult to talk to these guys because they were on different radio channels.
Well, you've indicated at another number of points in your statement that there were, for example, Fire and Rescue New South Wales officers that didn't report to you on arrival or make any attempts to synchronise their efforts with those of the RFS. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you do make observations that in a number of instances there were efforts made by the RFS to work, Fire and Rescue New South Wales to work cooperatively, such as at the school.
That's correct, but I'm glad you've raised that because that actually talks just to the gist of what my concern is, and that is that I directed 3 heavy units, so that's a Category 1 or Category 2 tanker. I directed 3 units to protect the school, and they were there for some 20, perhaps 25 minutes before I returned to that location. This was very early on in the fire. It would have been immediately after 3 o'clock. And when I got back to the school, the RFS units were on one side of the school and the fire and rescue units were on the other side of the school. And that meant that I had tied up 3 units that could have been defending houses had they alerted me that their units were there and covering that asset.
And by they, you mean the Fire and Rescue New South Wales?
That's correct.
Or similarly, if there'd been communications the other way, perhaps the Fire and Rescue New South Wales officers could have gone and attended elsewhere.
Well, absolutely.
Yes. And 3 additional units at that stage.
It's a pool of... Speak over you.
I was going to say
It's a
3 additional units at that stage of the fire would have been potentially critical.
Well, I don't know what they would have done, but I'm sure they would have helped. We see it as a pool of resources. We don't care what colour they are or what uniform they're wearing. It's a pool of resources.
Yes. There were at that time, you said earlier, only 5 or 10 units in town.
There were 5 or 10 units from the RFS in town, I believe, yes.
Yes. and you had 3 of them devoted to protecting the school.
I believe so.
That could have been directed elsewhere.
That's correct.
You've given some indication that you have been involved in the bushfires of the last season and I assume the season before, is that right?
That's correct.
Are you able to indicate whether in your experience there have been any improvements in the communication or coordination as between the 2 agencies since the time of the Tathra bushfires?
The Tathra bushfire was pivotal. A lot of good things came out of it for us when we do our AAR, after action review. This ability to work well with fire and rescue and the other agencies was highlighted, and a lot of good work has happened locally to get people to walk in each other's shoes, train together and learn each other's systems. And so there have been substantial gains. However, on fires around Bateman's Bay and on the far south coast, I continually encounter the problem with a lack of radio comms between the 2 services.
And what impact does that have?
It affects your ability to utilise that resource.
Does that mean that the RFS and the fire rescue are not sharing the same radio frequency to fight a fire?
We do have radio frequencies set up exactly for this purpose. They're what's known as ESO channels, Emergency Service Organisation, and they are common to ambulance, police, fire and rescue, RFS, SES. So structurally the systems are there. The problem exists in both services. People are not well trained for use of ESO channels, but certainly the RFS group officers are well trained in ESO channels, and it's the group officers that need to liaise. So there is a paucity of understanding of either their existence or how to do it within Fire and Rescue New South Wales.
So are you saying that when there's a multi-agency involvement in fighting a fire, from the ground controller's perspective, you would like other ground controllers to use the SO channel?
That's correct. That's the pre-agreed MO for that situation. And when we meet in our planning meetings beforehand, that's the agreed procedure. Unfortunately, Fire and Rescue have neutered their fire trucks. They've taken radios out of them, and understandably, the fire trucks on the ground are reticent to change to that channel because that takes away their one comms to their own system and their own command structure.
That difficulty aside, Mr. Ockleshaw, are there any other lessons that you consider have been learned or steps that you consider ought to be implemented to better facilitate an efficient and effective response to future fires?
I'd like to see better resourcing for fire and rescue and for RFS. We need more vehicles, and we need more modern vehicles, and we need location tracking data in our vehicles, and we need a very effective dispatch system that provides in-cab information.
When you say in-cab information, what do you mean?
For instance, other services will have a display within their cabin as to the information for the incident they're going to. It's not rocket science. Other services can implement this. I do know that the RFS is on this path and appreciate that the rollout of it is extensive, 70,000 vehicles, I believe. But it would be nice to see some funds for that.
When you say display, you mean like an LED display unit?
That's correct, Your Honour. A unit that will, for instance, at the moment, the tracking system that's being rolled out through the RFS will give a display of where all the units are, but that will only be displayed in Sydney. So that means that the fireground controller, myself in the Tarthru situation, doesn't get a display of where all of his units are. It's only displayed somewhere on a screen in Sydney. So things like that could be improved.
So, for example, if the same situation had been repeated, notwithstanding the availability of information as to the location of vehicles via the automatic vehicle locator system, you wouldn't, for example, have a display, whether it be an iPad style system or something else in your vehicle that told you where those units were.
Sorry, is your question, do we have that at the moment? No, we do not. And even when the system is fully rolled out, to my understanding, there won't be a display in a command vehicle of where the units are on the fireground.
So you will be...
That may be on the horizon, I do not know, but it's certainly something that other services have that would be an outstanding asset, and it would also reduce the amount of radio traffic. And always our main concern is the safety of our people and the public, and it would elevate our ability to know where people are. My main issue with not being able to communicate with fire and rescue is that they may be privy to information that will save the lives of our firefighters. They may be in an area that has become unsafe and they need to bug out, or vice versa. And if we don't have those comms with them, then we can't help each other on that front. And there will come a day where it will come home.
Yes. When it comes to their communications, and you referred earlier to their radio capabilities having been neutered, is there any reason why, for example, if the RFS trucks had a greater number of radios available to them, one of those radios couldn't be set to the Fire and Rescue New South Wales channel?
I can't talk to what the use of frequencies are. I suspect that could be done, but I'm also sure that they probably don't want fire RFS units working on their working frequencies. There's good reasons why we embargo our working channels.
Yes.
We try to keep the traffic down as much as possible.
Yes, I was simply referring to a prospect of listening only as opposed to making calls.
Yeah, anything that will improve comms, I hear you, and anything that will improve comms would be powerful. Yes.
The SO system, could that be quarantined just for the controllers?
It by default it already is. The system's in place. You know, we use it between police and RFS, and we use it between ambulance and RFS, and SES we use it. And the facility is in some of the radios in Fire and Rescue New South Wales, but they don't seem to be aware of it, or they don't have the skill set to make those channel changes.
Thank you for your time.
Is Mr Ockleshaw aware of the joint statement that's been tendered?
Mr Ockleshaw, are you aware that a joint statement has been provided to this inquiry by an Assistant Commissioner of the RFS and an Assistant Commissioner of Fire and Rescue New South Wales?
No.
Right, well, I won't then ask you to comment on the contents of that. Thank you very much for your time, Mr Ockleshaw. Some of the other parties may have some questions of you.
Mr Henner, do you have any questions?
Just a couple of questions, Your Honour. Mr Ockleshaw, are you able to hear me?
I am, thank you.
Yes, now my name is Pintos Lopez, and I just had a couple of questions for you. You said earlier, I believe, to Her Honour that ultimately in excess of 57 units were deployed. That's correct?
That's what I believe, yes.
And I think you also told Her Honour that you believe that more units earlier would have made a difference to the number of houses lost.
That's correct.
Sir, are you able to quantify the number of units and at what stage that would have made a difference in your view?
Without being flippant or daft, if I'd had 100 units there, at 11 o'clock that morning, it would have been a different outcome.
I appreciate that, sir, but I guess my question is, and I'm not asking you to comment on things that are unrealistic, but realistically, and given all of your knowledge, and given that the fire, I think, was first reported at about, I believe at about...
12:30ish.
Yes, about 12:30ish, I think. Are you able to quantify what number of units and when would have made a difference?
More. More. I mean, it's a how long is a piece of string question. If I could have more fire trucks earlier at every fire I go to, it'd be a great outcome, So, and I'm not trying to be slippery, but really, what do you want me to say? I want 50 there. I want 10. If we'd had half an hour more warning the fire was going to be in Tastra, it would have been a different outcome. If we'd had 5 minutes more warning, it would have been a different outcome.
No further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Any questions from Court 2?
Not from me, Your Honour.
Not from me, Your Honour.
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Newton?
Yes, Your Honour. Mr Ockleshaw, just in terms of your initial deployment to the fire, you weren't taking notes in relation to your observations and when you made observations prior to there being a scribe there, is that right?
No, there were some notes. You'll appreciate that when you're alone in a vehicle, driving, handling radios, it's very difficult to take notes, but there were some notes. And all of my logbooks and all of the logbooks from the scribe were handed over to Fire Control Centre on the evening of the 18th. And I've not seen those logbooks since.
Okay.
But my logbooks were very scant in that early period.
And just, you learnt about the fire at around the 12:30 mark, is that right, when you're listening to the radio?
That's correct.
And then you travelled from your house to fire control, is that right?
That's correct.
And your house is in the southwestern area of the Bega Valley?
That's correct.
And have you've made an approximate time when you arrived at fire control, is that right?
Yeah, it must have been just after 1, I believe.
And then you spent a bit of time at fire control, is that?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've got then you drove out to the Blackfellow Lagoon area.
That's correct. I was trying to get my head around a few fires. There were other fires that at that point in the day looked very serious. There was a fire that could have got into Black Range and then to Chura Beach. And it was look.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so I was here trying to get my head around a few incidents, that's correct.
When you were doing that was something you were doing because you're a volunteer group officer and you're trying to maintain situational awareness to enable you to assist as best you can with an RFS response to fires, is that correct?
That's accurate, yes.
And you mentioned the fire at Chura. That was a fire that had the potential to cause substantial property loss, is that right?
Yeah, the fire wasn't at Chura, but it had a very real potential to get to Chura, that's correct.
So in terms of an incident controller in the Bega Valley area, that was a fire which they needed to have regard to in terms of resource allocation on that afternoon? Would you agree?
I believe that indeed, at that point when I was here, it was probably my key focus. It was the one that was very line ball as to whether it got held. It was moving fast in grassland, and if it got into what we call Black Range, it would have been very difficult to pull it up before Chura. And we're talking thousands of houses would have been under impact, under threat rather. And there was some 20 incidents being managed from here. at that day. It was a very high tempo day in the control room.
And each of those, well, at least a number of those incidents had the potential to impact on property and life within the Bega Valley. Would you agree with that?
Indeed.
And so that in terms of, you've been asked about pre-deployment of resources to the Tathra area. It's right, isn't it, that if you had all the resources in the world, then ideally you'd be pre-deploying units to all of the fires within the Bega Valley that had the potential to risk life and property. That's correct, isn't it?
We have to be very strategic about where we leave resources. That's correct. It will take many hours to traverse from one end of the patch to the other, and you can't put all your eggs in one basket, especially with so many incidences going off. Earlier in the day, there was some red messages, which is an elevated message that requires urgent assistance for properties under threat at another fire that we haven't covered yet. And it was correct strategically to have resources available right across the Shire.
And part of, because of the, there's two matters that you need to have resources across the Shire for, isn't there? There's the fires that you know about, firstly. Is that right?
That's correct.
And on this day, there was a number of fires other than the Reedy Swamp fire, which the rural fires knew about. That's right, isn't it?
That's
I think we've lost you, Mr. Rockleshaw, in terms of your voice. If you can hear us, Mr. Rockleshaw, can you raise your hand?
No, stop.
You have to flood all your resources back the other way.
We just lost all of that. We didn't hear any of it.
All right, I'll truncate that. So that's exactly the right thing to do. You have to be very strategic to leave resources.
And so, but I asked you that one of the matters you need to have regard to is the fires that you know about, and there were a number of fires which ignited within the Bega Valley area on the 18th of March. That's right, isn't it?
Correct.
And another matter is that you need to keep at least some resources in reserve for fires which may ignite on the day, given the weather conditions which were applicable on that day. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
And is it right then that the Rural Fire Service, the approach it takes to fires is to there's a scaling of resources as the risk of a fire increases. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's a very well honed matrix for working.
I think we're losing you again, Mr. Ockleshaw, unfortunately.
Now?
Yes.
My answer.
You were talking about a matrix.
Correct. There's a matrix that people use to deploy resources according to the scale of the event, and events are classified with some granularity. There's a fair bit of detail as to what's deployed to what sort of incident.
And obviously, at the outset of a fire, crews go out, are sent to a fire and seek to contain it in its early stages. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
And in some cases, suppression activities are successful, and
That's
so
correct.
that more crews aren't required for that fire. And then in other cases, do you agree with that proposition?
That's correct. Yes, I do.
And then in other cases, if suppression activities aren't successful, then you need to revisit the amount of resources which are required for a fire. Would you agree with that?
I do.
And Her Honour asked you some questions about spotting and the development of fires. Do you recall that general area of questions?
I do.
And where you went out to the Blackfellows Lagoon area, and you mentioned that there was some spotting into the reeds, was it? The bulrush.
Yeah, so that information and my description of what happens along there is built from what I've learnt subsequently about where the fire was. That was not something that I knew on the day.
Okay, so that's a reconstruction that you've engaged in, having done some personal research of that area after the event.
I kayaked up that river twice to get a close look at where it went and how it travelled.
Just then, so we can understand what you actually then saw on the day, you travelled from Fire Control Centre to the area of Blackfellow Lagoon, and I'm just talking generally at this moment, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was an area where you weren't necessarily familiar with all the roads and trails that might get you to a good access point, is that correct?
That's
And so that you spent some time familiarising yourself with the roads and trying to work out where you could get the best view north across the river. Is that right?
That's accurate, yes.
And you've given an estimate of the time. Just so I understand it, you drove from the fire control centre at some point after 1 p.m.
That's correct.
You then drove out to that area of Blackfellow Lagoon and had to park your car at a location you thought was an appropriate location. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And then you walked some distance into the bushland to get a position where you were able to get a view north across the river.
That's accurate.
And is it right? You give an estimate of about an hour and a half for that to
That's correct.
occur.
Yeah.
But it is an estimate. It could be a longer period than that. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it could be.
And just tell us, how far did you have to walk from your car to get to the observation point?
Oh, a couple of 100 metres.
And how long were
I did that. Sorry, Council. I did that on a number of occasions. I had to get out and walk.
So during this period, you were parking your car at various locations, walking up trails and trying to get a good view of the fire.
That's correct.
And so then, in terms of, you did it on a number of occasions. Can you recall now how many occasions?
I would have got out of the car 3 times, and it doesn't look like it on the map, but there would be 10 different tracks that head down and dead end in people's property and down to the water, and a couple of dead ends that end in the middle of nowhere that were fruitless. It's pretty convoluted country.
So that was a reasonably time-consuming process. Is that correct?
It was.
And just in terms of your communications with fire control, you had radios in your car. Did you take a radio with you along the track that enabled you to communicate with fire control?
I would have been wearing 3 radios, that's correct.
Then, eventually though, you formed the view that the fire had come across the Bega River, is that right?
I believe that it could have.
But you weren't actually able to confirm that one way or another. It was more of a belief from the smoke that you could see.
That's correct. I believed I originally thought my task was just to try and triangulate the fire. It's a very natural thing to do, to send people in different directions to view the fire. you'll appreciate that in front of a fire, of necessity, that's where the smoke goes, and it makes it very difficult to actually tell where the fire is.
And so you expressed your opinion, but it had a degree of uncertainty as to where the fire might be, at least on a. It may be on the southern side or across the Bega River, but you weren't sure where that position was.
That's correct.
You're aware that there was also a helicopter flying over the fire at the time you were making those observations?
I'm aware now. I wasn't aware at the time.
I see. But given your evidence about the value of aviation resources, it's likely, isn't it, that information coming from the helicopter as to when there were spots over the river was more accurate than yours?
Yeah, there may have been aviation traffic about that. I'm not sure.
And then after you'd conveyed your information from the Blackfellows area, then you had to walk back to your car and then drive from your location back onto the Tathra Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you able to give an estimate of how long that would have taken?
It would take, when you get back onto the main road, it would take perhaps another 10 to 15 minutes to get to the Thompsons Road turn-off. There was also a lot of civilian traffic on the road. There was a traffic jam along that road too.
So you've given some evidence of arriving in the Thompson Drive area around 3 p.m. Do you recall that?
Correct.
That's your best estimate now of when that occurred. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it may have been later than 3 p.m. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
In terms of you assuming Tathra control, you did that at about the time you were in the either at Tathra Fire Station or around that location. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just so Her Honour understands how. Well, I withdraw that. As Tathra control, you were the most senior RFS officer on the fire ground. Was that your understanding?
No, it doesn't work like that. Control can be, you can be the deputy captain of a brigade and still be in control of an incident. And for instance, if I turn up at an incident being run by a controller, they may be more senior or more junior in ranking to me. It was, however, a situation where a group officer should be in control, and so that's why I assumed that role.
And can we? Would there have been, say, the Tathra brigade captain would have been assuming the Tathra control role before you arriving at the fire ground?
I don't believe control had been established at that point. It probably still had his call sign.
But
I wouldn't have assumed control if control had already been established. Once that role is established, you then come in underneath it, regardless of your rank, even if it's passed, and then it may be passed to you.
You mentioned you're a group officer. The likelihood is that even if someone else had assumed control, but namely one of the brigade captains, that the position would have been passed to you. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
Now, often when a fire, there's a period in the early stages of a fire where the incident management structure is being formulated. Would you agree with that proposition?
That's correct.
Your Honour, I note the time. I'll probably be another 5 or 10 minutes with this witness.
Right. We're going to take the morning tea adjournment. Mr Ockleshaw, can you come back in 20 minutes, please?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Newton.
Yes, Mr Rockleshaw, can you hear me?
I hear you well, thank you.
I was asking you before the morning tea break adjournment about the way an IMT scales up in the early stages of the fire. And so it's right, isn't it, that when you arrived at Tathra and assumed Tathra control, that was effectively the first shift in relation to this fire?
That's correct.
And as a fire, it's common experience that with large fires like this Tathra fire, the degree of organisation of the fireground improves over time. Would you accept that?
Absolutely. As your situational awareness changes, you're establishing what it is that you need, and that structure is formed on the fly.
And later in the evening, the new crews came in and there was a handover to a night shift. That's
correct.
And by that stage, there's a staging area identified. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
a lot of elements of the fire management are in place by that time.
And what the benefit of having a staging area is that at the beginning of a shift, crews will go to that staging area. They'll meet with the fireground commander and be assigned the tasks for the next shift. Is that a fair description of what occurs?
Yes, that's accurate.
And in such a situation where Fire and Rescue New South Wales resources have been tasked to a fire and RFS resources, the on-ground fireground commander has an opportunity to speak to those crews and give them directions as to what he or she wishes them to do in implementing the strategy for the next shift. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
So the difficulty that you were faced on that afternoon was that you hadn't, because it was in the essentially first shift of the fire, there was never that opportunity available to you. Is that right?
That's correct. It's something that is that evolves. That's correct.
And so as crews came in, well, I withdraw that. You were moving around the fireground, getting situational awareness, as you've put it. That's right?
That's correct.
And so at any one time, there wasn't one location which crews attending this fireground could come to check into you. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And as you've described to Her Honour, there were embers coming from the sky like cricket balls, igniting fires all around the village of Tathra.
That's correct.
And so as resources came in on that Bega Road, it was almost inevitable, wasn't it, that they would see things that they would need to attend to straight away before having any opportunity to come and speak to you?
That's absolutely correct. I think it's a very human reaction, and it's what we train people to do to respond to these things. That's correct.
And in fact, that was what they were being tasked to do. They were being tasked to go to Tathra and undertake property protection.
That's correct. And all services did that effectively.
And in essence, when one is tasked to a village like Tathra to undertake property protection, it requires the crew leader to exercise a degree of discretion and decision making to identify areas of property that require protection. Is that right?
That's correct. While staying within our standard operating procedures, we also, coupled with that, encourage autonomy.
So in fact, when you say encourage autonomy, whether it be a Fire and Rescue New South Wales crew or a Rural Fire Service crew, the individual crew members are encouraged to use their initiative to identify the most pressing task in property protection and go and undertake it. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct. You do need a layer of command and control over that, as I've outlined earlier, to ensure that that person's unique view of the fire is not affecting the most efficacious use of that resource.
But when you talk about the layer of command and control, this was not a situation where, well, I would draw that. What you mean by that, as I understand it, is that you in your roving around the fireground would gain a greater situation awareness than the individual crews of the big picture on the fireground. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so by doing that, that would enable you, if you came across a crew and saw that they were doing something which you considered was of a lesser priority than something, say, around the corner, then you, using your greater situational awareness, may retask a crew from something which is of a lesser order task to something that you considered a more important task. Is that right?
That's accurate.
So rather than, so practically on that afternoon, the way it was going to operate is that crews attended to property protection tasks using the autonomy that you've described, firstly. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then that you were there with Mr. Lucas seeking essentially a coordination task, but one which, rather than assigning crews initially, was more ensuring that the tasks they do were either appropriate or alternatively moving them to something which was of a higher order of priority. Is that a fair assessment?
That's accurate, yes.
And you mentioned the one instance that particularly concerned you was the public school, and you came down at a point in time. You learnt that there were fire and rescue crews on one side of the public school and New South Wales RFS crews on the other side of the public school. Do you recall that evidence?
I do.
So your understanding of what occurred, you came down and you saw the crews there at a point in time and then redeployed crews to tasks that you considered more appropriate, having regard to your knowledge of the resources at that location. Is that right?
That's correct.
You don't know, though, how long the fire and rescue crews had been there prior to you doing that, do you?
No, I don't.
So they may have been there for 1 minute or they may have been there for 10 minutes. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so in terms of the impact on other areas of the fireground by having those crews there, you're really not in a position to say one way or another whether it had any impact or something greater than nothing. Is that right?
I can tell you that 6 units sitting and waiting to do something that requires 3 units, I will always want to maximise the use of the resources. No, I can't tell you in a percentage what we could have done with those vehicles. That would be conjecture. But I certainly know that if I'd known the other vehicles were deployed there, I would have pulled our units off and used them.
Well, when you did know they were deployed there, you did pull your units off and use them, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you don't know, what I'm suggesting to you is you just don't know how long the 6 units were there. They may have been there for a minute, they may have been there for 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
So once you gained that situational awareness, you performed your role in essence, which was to deploy the half the crews or 3 of the crews to another location.
Correct.
You've made a you said something to the effect that if you'd had more units earlier, that would have made a difference. Do you recall that evidence?
I do.
As I understand that evidence, that's just essentially that is a view that would apply to virtually any large fire. Is that correct?
We call it crystal ball firefighting. That's correct.
So with a crystal ball, well, on that afternoon, I think I've asked you, there were multiple locations throughout the Booga Valley that may have been impacted by fire, causing property loss and potentially loss of life. Is that right?
That's accurate.
And with crystal ball firefighting, you'd realise that, say, the concerns about Tura Beach were not going to be realised, so you don't have to put crews in that location. Is that right?
Yeah, as other fires change in priority, somebody in the control centre will allocate those resources as they are able to, correct?
So is it, in order to deal with all the risks that confront the firefighting authority on an afternoon like the 18th of March, it's necessary to really retain flexibility in terms of the units that you have under your control. Is that correct?
It's vital, yes.
And to when one area of the fireground, the potential that is realised, then you move units to that area of a fireground when you realise that what may have previously been a potential risk is in fact eventuating. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a fair appraisal.
So there's a scaling up of resources in area as risks eventuate. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And by scaling as risks eventuate, it means that the fire organisation is best placed to deal with the range of risks that it may face on an afternoon like the 18th of March 2018.
That's correct. I'm only privy to what I'm seeing in front of me and managing my own fire. I appreciate that higher up the tree, other people are managing resources on a broader level.
And when you asked for the 40 units, that in your experience was an extraordinary request for resources, is that right?
Absolutely.
It was something which was dictated by an experience that up to that date in your firefighting career you'd never had before. Is that correct?
That's correct. I don't think I've ever personally called for 40 units. And my words were, this is not a joke.
And because cricket balls, I would draw that. Yeah, no further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Anything
Matter, Your Honour. Mr. Ockleshaw, you said yesterday that you know what time you entered Tathra.
Yeah, I do.
And why do you know that?
Well, because I can construct the time frame from when I left home to when I got here. I do know that there are some radio logs, which I was aware of in the weeks afterwards. And it also fits with the rest of my understanding that I've subsequently built up of the time frame and timeline for the event.
So that particular time was between 3 and 3:15 p.m?
Approximately, yeah. I may be up to 30 minutes out in either direction, but I know that it wasn't 5 p.m. or 1 p.m.
But as far as times go in the day, that's one of the times that you're more comfortable about.
That's correct.
And it was using that time and working backwards that you deduced that you first saw the fire across the river at between 2:45 and 2:50 p.m.
That's correct. Where I believe that the fire was on the south side of the river, that's correct.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ockleshaw. That completes your evidence. You're now excused.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness is Mr. John Cullen. I understand that.
Your Honour, just before we move on, my solicitor, who's more attentive than any of us, has just reminded me that he did mark a document which should be tendered.
That's right. Thank you for that.
It's
Great.
very useful.
I think we're up to Exhibit 27, Your Honour.
Yeah. Mr. Ockleshaw's map, can you just put the date on the back of that? Did he mark it today or yesterday?
He marked it, yes, today, rather.
Just put the 14th of August and your name on the back, and that will become Exhibit 27.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ockleshaw.
Where is Mr. Cullen at Bega Fire Control?
I believe so, Your Honour.
Your mic's low.
Mr. Cullen, can you hear us?
I can.
Thank you. I'll just have my call officer swear you in. Thank you.
Mr. Cullen, do you want to give an oath and affirmation?
Affirmation.
Thank you. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm the evidence that you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So please say I do.
I do.
Mr. Cullen, can you see and hear me clearly?
I can.
Thank you. If for any reason you have any difficulty in understanding my questions, please let Her Honour know. Could you please state your full name
John Cullen,
and your present occupation?
manager Far South Coast team.
Within the New South Wales Rural Fire Service?
That's correct.
And how long have you held that position for?
9 years, approximately. More than that, 11 years.
Thank you. Now, you've provided a statement, have you not, in relation to the Reedy Swamp fire dated the 25th of May 2020, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a copy of that statement with you?
I do.
Have you read it recently?
I have.
Are there any matters that you wish to correct?
Yes, on the first page, item 5E,
Yes.
overseeing the general operations in the region, including the administration of the budget. It's in our area command, not the region.
Thank you. So, region should now read area command.
Correct.
Could you just strike out region and write in, please, area command and initial that to the side? Are there any other corrections, Mr. Cullen, apart from that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, sir. Now, within the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, do you hold a particular rank?
Superintendent,
And did you hold that rank as at 18 March 2020?
I did.
And for how many years?
18.
2018, my apologies. And prior to 18 March 2018, how many years did you hold the rank of superintendent?
Since 2002.
You've set out in your statement some of your experience. Can I ask you this, Mr. Cullen? Did you hold a Class 3C incident controller certificate?
No, I didn't.
In March of 2018, were you certified in New South Wales Rural Fire Service Incident Controller Major Incident?
Class 2, yes.
Class 2, thank you.
Yes.
Did you hold any certificates in relation to incident management control?
I did.
And what did you hold in relation to that matter?
I'd completed the incident control management course pre that, and had got to a level 2 in that course.
Thank you, sir. And had you undertaken any certification in relation to air attack supervision?
Not recently.
What about as at March of 2018?
That is part of our role. Part of the role as an incident controller to manage the operational part of that aircraft with staff running that.
Now, are you able to say, in the many years prior to March of 2018, how many times you had been designated the role of incident controller in relation to a bushfire?
I look many times, some at different levels. Certainly as a duty officer, throughout the districts, you'll be running in that position. However, probably 8 to 10 or more.
And prior to March of 2018, when was the last time you fulfilled that role as incident controller?
Probably 3 years before that. That's a estimate.
Is it fair to say that the purpose of an incident controller at a high level is to be responsible for control, command and coordination in respect of a response to a bushfire?
That's correct.
And within that broad purpose, do you agree that some of the duties or responsibilities for an incident controller include undertaking a threat analysis of all incidents to prioritise and set objectives considering the safety of communities and the firefighting personnel as a priority?
That's correct.
That is also as part of that role as an incident controller, you are responsible for overseeing the development, approval and implementation of plans and strategies to control the particular fire?
That's correct.
And that as incident controller, you are responsible in relation to providing information and, where appropriate, issue warnings to communities and other relevant groups so informed decisions can be made?
That's correct.
In March of 2018, did you sit on the local bushfire management committee?
That's correct.
And what was the role that you held on that committee as at March of 2018?
I'm the executive officer for the Bega Valley and Eurobodalla bushfire management committees.
And as part of that bushfire management committee to which you just referred, Eurobodalla and Bega Valley, did you do some preemptive or pre-arranged bushfire planning coming into the bushfire season of 2017-2018?
And certainly it's a responsibility of the executive officer to ensure all agencies and members of that committee are conversant of their responsibilities, certainly in the two plans, the risk plan and the operations plan. And certainly in the operations plan, the need when we get into situations of fire danger ratings of very high and above, ensure that we have the responsibility of and the capability to man the fire control centres in a case of an incident.
And just for the benefit of those who may be listening, Mr. Cullen, what other agencies sat on that bushfire management committee as at March of 2018?
And we would have had all the fire agencies, Fire and Rescue in New South Wales, State Forests, National Parks, Police,
Fire and
Nature
Rescue.
Conservation. Sorry.
Fire and Rescue New South Wales.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, in the days leading up to the 18th of March 2018, was a incident management team pre-arranged should there be a fire in the Bega Valley?
That's correct.
And as part of the pre-arrangement of an incident management team, were you ordained as the incident controller?
That's correct.
And do you know why it was that you were allocated that task or that role?
Most senior person with that qualification within our committee.
And in terms of the pre-arrangement of an IMT, what other roles or responsibility was pre-arranged prior to the 18th of March?
In this case, it was well and truly communicated from the 14th and 15th onwards, predicting the seriousness of the day, Sunday, and worked closely with and sent information out to our agencies and members of the committee, our group officers, our brigades, our LEACON, or local emergency management office with the council, indicating the level of very high and above for the bushfire danger rating, and certainly preparation or early preparation and their responsibility to be liaison officers and part of the incident management team in case something did go wrong or a fire started.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. And within an IMT, there are a number of sub-groups, if I can use that term, for individual responsibility, including operations officer, correct?
Correct.
And in relation to the pre-arranged IMT, was the operations officer Mr. Ian Stroud?
He was included. The process of that day was that we had myself, the comms group, and a liaison officer from National Parks in this office of approximately 11:30 onwards. Both the operations officer and the planning officer were within 10 minutes of this office to come in if needed.
Now, when you first received word that there may have been a fire in the sort of Tarranganda, Reedy Swamp area, you were on standby, I take it?
Yes, I was in this control centre.
And was anyone else...
And our duty officer, who was taking the 000 call, opened up the Maria office. The Maria office was open as well, with a comms group, communications group working there, and another support person coming in to help.
Now, at 12:30 or thereabouts, how many people were in the fire control centre which were part of the IMT?
Approximately 8 people. That's including the communications group.
And of that 8, yourself was one of the 8. Was the duty officer Russell Clark?
He was not. He was in Maria Fire Control Centre.
Sorry, you just been asked about the Bega FCC, not Maruya. So how many people were at Bega in the control room?
Approximately 8.
And
Russell Clark was not in the Bega Control Centre.
right. Did he come to the Bega Control Centre later on?
No.
Who fulfilled the role of duty officer at the Bega FCC as part of the IMT on the 18th of March?
We continued that role here with the comms group working here with incoming calls and the operations officer when he arrived at the control centre.
And who was the operations officer to which you've just referred? Was it Ian Stroud or someone else?
Ian Stroud.
And did Mr. Stroud fulfil the role of both duty officer and operations officer throughout the course of the day from the Bega FCC or not?
Because of the number of 000 calls coming through the line, we've had to split the calls, and we dealt with the Bega end this end, and Ian was involved with that, and so was the comms group with answering the phone and taking the message.
And within the communications group, the comms group, how many personnel within that group were present?
In the original,
Pardon, let me finish, please. Were present at the Bega Control Centre shortly after 12:30 or thereabouts?
there would have been 4.
And did that include Carolyn Smith,
Correct?
Ben King,
Correct?
Peter Tatnell,
Correct?
David Ruggendike?
Dave Rugenlock, correct?
Thank you. And was Geraldine Sheen there at that time, or did she come at a later time?
I believe she came at a later time.
You mentioned a moment ago a planning officer. Was that Dave Webster or Marty Webster?
There was 2 people come into that area and assisted, was David Webster and Gary Cooper worked to cover both those bases along with warnings and keeping ICON up to date.
And again, in that same time period, around 12:30 or shortly thereafter, Mr. Cullen, was David Philp there, the fire behaviour analyst?
That's correct. Dave was in the office early that morning in preparation for the day.
Now, in terms of operations, did you have someone responsible for air operations at that time, or did they come in a little bit later?
They come in a little bit later. We didn't have that person in the office at that time.
And was that person, is it Tanzine Harlan? Or Tamzine?
That's correct. Tamzine Harlan was the member.
And was Chris Nichols also part of the operations group at that time, or did he come in a little bit later as well?
From my memory, Chris was there pretty close to the start of it, but I don't believe he was there at the start.
Now, you mentioned earlier liaison officers. At 12:30 or thereabouts, did you have liaison officers in relation to the other agencies to which you referred a moment ago that sit on the Bushfire Management Committee?
We had the National Parks and Wildlife Service liaison officer in this office. We had the Forestry Commission liaison representative based in Narooma, and not in this office at the time, but headed this way once the fire started. And we had no fire and rescue rep in the office.
At some later point, did a Fire and Rescue New South Wales liaison officer attend the Bega Fire Control Centre or not?
From my records and understanding, it was closer to 5 o'clock.
Do you know in that sort of 4.5 hour period why there was no Fire and Rescue New South Wales liaison officer present within the IMT at Bega Fire Control Centre?
Certainly no, but certainly we were talking with their superintendent who was travelling from Goulburn Way to get to this control centre.
And was that Superintendent Ty?
Correct.
And was he deputised as a Deputy Incident Controller?
He was one of them, yes.
And also was the other one Mr. Henderson of National Parks and Wildlife?
Correct.
Were they the only 2 Deputy Incident Controllers on that day?
From my recollection, yes.
Now, did you feel in those early stages, shortly after notification of the fire, that the IMT was sufficiently staffed to deal with that particular incident?
Certainly there was enough staff there at that stage to manage the Reedy swamp fire.
Now,
But as the day evolved and other serious fires erupted, we certainly were battling with resources.
And those resources, were they resources within the IMT itself or more generally in relation to personnel on the ground?
Now, generally, we're talking IMT staff.
And I'll come to that shortly, Mr. Cullen, but the IMT became aware of some other fires, did they not, in the early hours of the afternoon of 18 March, is that so?
That's correct.
Was there one at Kerrison Lane?
That's correct.
And one at Frog Hollows?
Frogs Hollow, yes.
And of those two, was one more concerning than the other?
They're of a different nature. The Kerrison's Lane one moved very quickly and impacted on property, but also had the potential to move to the east. The Frogs Hollow one was quite serious. It was adjacent to Black Range, and under the weather conditions, threatened getting into Black Range and from then through to Tura Beach. It was very serious.
And at this point, I just wonder if we can deal with the time frame between, say, 12:30 and 1 o'clock in terms of the IMT's role to prioritise its resources. Was a decision made within the IMT that the Frogs Hollow fire would take precedence in terms of the priority of resources?
We, on that day, adjusted resources accordingly. We didn't reduce any resources at Reedy Swamp. However, because of the potential of Frogs Hollow, moved quite a bit of resource there from the south of our district. And similarly, because of the impact on property and persons trapped at Kerrison's Lane, moved resources quickly to there.
Now, in terms of Kerrison's Lane, were you moving resources to that area as well to deal with that incident?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the Reedy Swamp fire in that time frame between 12:30 and 1 or thereabouts, what was the overall strategy within IMT to deal with that evolving fire?
We were attempting to direct attack that fire and hold it to potential control lines on Reedy Swamp and Lilly-Pilly Road in those areas there. And the backing part of that fire, coming back into the open country towards the Bega River, look at the protection of properties in that area.
At this time, Mr. Cullen, you've got no eyes in the sky, you've got no aviation resources at your disposal, correct?
Correct.
You have no fire prediction spread analysis at your disposal, correct?
Correct.
You are, in a sense, in terms of your information gathering, relying solely upon eyewitness accounts from either RFS personnel or other responders and residents or community members who may have observed fire behaviour or spread, correct?
Correct. And along with that, there was some properties adjacent to that fire that we were able to get to safely on the western side of that fire and southern side of that fire and protect property, as in houses.
Given the extreme conditions at that time, that is the high temperatures, the strong gusty winds, the direction that the wind was blowing, was it a realistic strategy of containment, that is a direct attack at Reedy Swamp Road and Lilly-Pilly Road, in your opinion?
It became quite apparent once we knew that fire had crossed the Reedy Swamp Road, that strategy was not going to hold.
And when did you, as the incident controller, have a sense that that strategy was not going to hold the fire in that area?
I guess from my thoughts, approximately half an hour, we knew we couldn't hold that fire.
Around about 1 p.m, would that be a fair estimation?
Correct. 15 to 20 minutes after crews first arrived on scene.
Did you have a sense then, given those extreme conditions, and that is, when I talk of extreme conditions, you're aware, were you not, that there were wind gusts recorded between 40 and 70 kilometres per hour at about that time?
Correct.
That the wind was generally blowing in a northwesterly direction, or sometimes a west-northwest, correct?
Correct.
That given those strong winds, that there was a reasonable prospect that there would be spotting many kilometres ahead of the main fire front, correct?
That was possible depending on the geography in that area and the vegetation. And one of the key things we were conscious of was the safety of our firefighters.
Certainly. I just want to explore with you your level of knowledge about the prevailing conditions at the time. But you, as a very experienced local member within the Bega Valley Shire, was familiar with the topography of that area between Reedy Swamp and the Bega River, correct?
Correct.
That it was in part hilly, correct?
Correct.
And that with those strong winds, the heavily forested area between Reedy Swamp and the Bega River, that there was a prospect of spotting some kilometres ahead of the main fire, correct?
With that weather conditions and fire, yes, yes, there would be the potential.
And that given the wind direction, that the fire was likely to spot in a southeasterly direction. That so?
Correct.
Having come to the view around about 1 o'clock that a direct attack was an unrealistic form of strategy, did you turn your mind to the possibility that the fire could cross the Bega River and head in a general direction to Tathra?
Once we, remembering we never had any air support here, once we knew that fire had crossed the Reedy Swamp Road and crossed the Lillypilly Road into that area there, we brought resources, or the majority of our resources, back round to the southern side of the Bega River. But also around that time, we were starting to deal with the other incidents that were starting to erupt in our district, particularly the Frogs Hollow, the Kerrison's Lane, Cooper's Gully, and other incidents associated. Wyndham Lane was another one associated, and we put resource or responded resources to there in that time frame, along with the crew that Mr. Lucas was looking after that went through Dr. George and back onto the eastern side of that fire, closer to Tathra and those areas there.
I understand. I think it's fair to say, Mr. Cullen, that there are a number of competing priorities on that day within the IMT, correct?
Correct.
That in the early part of the afternoon, that is that period between, say, 12:30 and 1:30, that, to use the words of Mr. Philp, there may have been organised chaos. Would you agree with that?
I think at any start to any incident of that magnitude, there's always a start period, and getting people into their roles, getting firefighters in their roles, and there is limited knowledge, not knowledge, or correction there, limited communication coming in on fires, that it can be a bit hectic, yes? That's a fair comment.
And that's because you are trying, are you not, to process different information coming in from different sources to enable you to get a picture of what the fire, in this particular case the Reedy Swamp fire, might be doing, and also what the other fires may also be doing?
That's a fair comment.
And you're striving, are you not, for a common operating picture once you've processed that information?
Correct.
And that really built upon, is it not, the notion of situational awareness?
That's correct.
And when you land upon a common operating picture, it's imperative that the organisation as a whole and those that feed into the organisation are operating under the same picture so that there's no compromise in relation to the stated strategy, correct?
That's correct, and the strategies were put forward. We had, as I said, we had to pull out of Reedy Swamp because of the safety issue, and we couldn't access where that fire was wanting to move to. And the direct attack, or a direct attack on Kerrison's Lane and Frogs Hollow, to avoid that getting into other country.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Cullen, that between about 1:30 and 2 o'clock that there was a realisation within IMT that the Reedy Swamp fire was going to be more concerning than Frogs Hollows or Kerrison's Lane or some of the other fires that were burning in the general area?
Certainly, we battled early in that time with information coming from that fire at Reedy Swamp. We always knew it had the potential under the conditions to move quickly, but we had to weigh up where our energies were spent, particularly with the potential with Frogs Hollow. If it had got into Black Range there, it had been no time and it would have been into Chura Beach. So there was a few competing areas we needed to talk as a group and put our intent and our strategies in place.
By about 1:30, what was the strategy in relation to Reedy Swamp, the Reedy Swamp fire?
The management of the backing fire from Lillypilly background to where the fire first started, the ignition point, and properties there with the backing fire there and in the irregular wind. At 2 o'clock, Watch and Act information being sent out to properties in that area, warning them of fires.
Pausing there, just so we're all clear, that Watch and Act alert, was that for those properties off Lillypilly Road and Vimy Road, or Vimy Ridge Road?
I believe it was for the Reedy Swamp area, but they would have been included in that.
Now, you had a sense by 1:30 that this fire could jump the river to the south, and if it took a hold, it would obviously run towards Tathra, correct? Do you agree with that proposition?
It had the potential, yes.
Was there any thinking within the IMT at that point in time about what strategy should be considered should that situation eventuate or not?
It was discussed in the team. We always look at with our management and our strategy the worst case scenario and the potential of what could happen with these fires, and that was certainly discussed. We also talked closely with Dave Phillip in regard to that potential as well.
At about 1:30, could it be said that there was some misplaced optimism within the Bega Fire Control Centre that the Reedy Swamp fire could be contained or not?
Not where the location where the fire was, and certainly no aircraft, and we could not get resources in there safely. It was a bit of a case of cover our base with vision on that fire and watching weather and other conditions of where that fire moved to. Remembering on that day, the smoke and didn't allow very, very good indication of where that fire was at.
Mr. Cullen, is Inspector Barnes present with you?
Yes, he is.
Inspector Barnes, do you have handy the rapid fire spread prediction that Mr. Felt marked yesterday, I think it was? Or have you sent that off to Sydney?
Oh, I have a copy of it here.
All right. Your Honour, I note the time. It may be, if we could take the luncheon adjournment now, I'll return to that topic at 2 p.m.
Mr. Cullen will adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Cullen, can you hear me? Mr. Cullen, can you hear me?
Should be right now.
Thank you. Mr. Cullen, do you have there handy a fire spread prediction that was prepared on the 18th of March 2018 at about 1:26 p.m?
Yes, I do.
And on your fire prediction map, do you see marked the northern end of Thompson Drive, a handwritten marking of some description?
I do. Yes.
David Phelps is well known to you, is he not?
Yes, he is.
And he's an experienced fire behaviour analyst,
Yes, he is.
and he was a member of your incident management team on the 18th of March, correct?
Yes, he was.
And do you have a recollection of him providing to you on that day at around about 1:28 or 1:30, thereabouts, a copy of a fire spread prediction similar to the one that you're looking at now?
Yes, I do.
And did he, in a very short conversation with you, perhaps in the order of 15 seconds, say to you when he gave you that map that he believed that there was a potential for spotting at the northern part of Thompson's Drive?
Yes, I recall that conversation. It was very quick.
And do you recall that on the version of the fire spread prediction map that he handed to you at that time, that he had written or had marked the area where he thought there may be spotting in that northern area of Thompson's Drive?
That's correct.
Do you know where that version of the fire spread prediction map is?
Can you repeat the question, please?
I'm just wondering whether you know where the original of that fire spread prediction that was handed to you at about 1:30 on the 18th of March is presently located.
No, I do not.
It seems Mr. Philp does not either. Now, in circumstances where an experienced fire behaviour analyst has indicated to you that there was a potential of spotting on the southern side of the Bega River in an area north, the northern end of Thompson's Drive at about 1:30, what steps did you take as the incident controller in relation to that possibility?
Certainly, in the accompaniment of Dave, the operations officer and planning officer, there was a short conversation between the three of us regarding the potential for this to spot across the river. As a worst case scenario, the possibility of fire getting across, I believe, around 5 o'clock, from my memory.
Well, you've recognised at about 1:30 of the possibility of the fire spotting to the southern side of the Bega River in that area to the northern end of Thompson's Drive. Appraised of that concern, why did you not, at that point in time, take steps to deploy resources to that area?
Certainly, we had a call, a triple O call, pertaining to possible fire on the southern side of the Bega River around the Blackfellas Lake area, and we had a brigade attend that. We're aware of the possibility of this getting across the or spotting across. And as part of that, we're looking at possibly moving crews there. But it was one of many going on at that time, particularly at the same time we had serious situations still travelling at Kerris's Lane and Frogs Hollow.
Mr Cullen, and maybe I need to inquire of Inspector Barnes whether you have available to you, if not in hard copy format, electronically, the situation reports generated on the 18th of March 2018. If not, we can attempt to bring them up on the screen. Inspector Barnes, do you have those sit reps handy or not?
I can obtain them if you give me the versions you want. The situation reports from the commencement to the declaration of the fire being out are all kept one after the other in icon.
For my purposes, I only need sit reps numbered 1 through to 17.
No worries. It'll take me a little while to gather those, but I can get them for you.
Or in the meantime,
Otherwise, if they're in the electronic brief, if you tell me what tab, I'll find them.
I'll give you the page number, which might be easier in terms of searching for it. If you could go, please, to page number 3241, and that should be the sit rep number 3.
Sorry, Council. The access to the electronic brief I've got is by tab number.
Tab 9. Sorry, volume 9, tab 108.
Thank you.
And we'll put it up on the screen. And if that could be enlarged, please. Now, Mr Cullen, do you either see on the screen or on the electronic copy that Inspector Barnes has located situation report number 3, dated 18 March 2018, time-stamped 13:27, 1:27 p.m. Do you see that, sir?
I can see it up on the screen, I can't read it.
All right.
1:27 was it?
13:27, Inspector Barnes.
Here you go. Okay, I'll print a copy now.
It says at the bottom of that page, Mr Cullen, that it was electronically approved by Peter McKechnie. Was Peter McKechnie a member of the IMT on the 18th of March 2018?
No, he wasn't.
At that time, was Peter McKechnie the Chief Superintendent within New South Wales Rural Fire Service, holding the position of State Duty Operations Officer in Sydney?
I can't recall that, but he's a senior officer in State Ops.
Based in Sydney?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain why he would be approving this situation report?
I cannot.
Does it strike you as irregular that Chief Superintendent McKechnie, who's based in Sydney as part of state operations, would be approving a situation report for Bega Valley Fire Control Centre?
That is unusual.
Now, the threat analysis for this particular sit rep was warning level A3. Does that designate fire started no immediate danger?
I'd have to go to my notes, but I know it was a watch and act placed at 2 o'clock, approximately 2 o'clock.
Well, if we could turn to page 2 of the situation report. You may not have a hard copy yet, but I'll ask my solicitor to bring it up. Do you see at the top, and if we could enlarge in that, please, if possible. You see the threat analysis warning level, capital A3.
Top page. Yeah.
Yep, I'm online now, yes.
Now, that's not a watch and act warning level, is it?
What the narrative facility.
That is an advice warning.
Yes. And does the advice warning mean fire started, no immediate danger, to your understanding, or not?
That wouldn't be far off the mark, correct?
Right. Well, do you think that was an appropriate warning level, given the state of the fire as at about 1:30, and given what you'd been told by David Phelp in relation to the potential of spotting at the northern end of Thompson's Drive at about 3 p.m. that same day?
It was discussed, but however, it was discussed to move that level up to a watch and act at 2 o'clock. But that does seem low with the conditions of the day.
Thank you, and I was coming to that. And as we discussed before the lunch and adjournment, you had increased fire behaviour by reason of those increased northwesterly winds, correct?
Correct?
Was there a sense within IMT at this point in time that the fire could be controlled?
Negative, no to that, particularly where the area was, where we couldn't get resources in and we didn't have aircraft available at that stage.
At about this time, and somewhere between 1:30 and say 2 p.m, did you yourself, or to your knowledge someone within the IMT, have a conversation with Ken Hall, who's, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, a fire behaviour analyst within State Ops?
Ken was on the major incident control section of southern area. I did speak with Ken Hall, that's correct.
And did he tell you about some satellite imagery at about that time that you spoke to him?
I can't recall that conversation.
Was that, just so we're clear, was that conversation around about between 1:30 and 2 p.m?
I object.
I spoke with Ken, went through.
Hold on, I withdraw the question. What time did you have that conversation with Mr. Hall?
I object.
Would have been.
Sorry,
Said he didn't
not
recall
that
the conversation.
A conversation. He recalled speaking to him.
Do you recall speaking with Mr. Hall in relation to some satellite imagery?
I don't recall the satellite imagery. I recall speaking to Ken Hall in regard to a change in our warning level.
And doing your best you can, Mr. Cullen, what time of the day do you think that was?
It was pre-2 o'clock.
And in
Very close to 2.
Thank you.
Very close to 2 o'clock.
Thank you, sir. And in that conversation, did he convey to you that by reason of increased fire behaviour, embers could impact Tathra?
I can't recall that conversation.
Now, if we go to the next situation report, number 4, Mr. Cullen, do you have hard copies before you or not?
No.
Sorry, was that no?
I soon will. Mr. Barnes is arranging that.
All right, we'll struggle on with the version on the screen, and please tell me if you can't see it.
Got it now.
You have a hard copy now, do you?
I do.
I just want to bring you back up on the screen. Now, that was electronically approved, was it not, according to the document, by Gary Cooper?
That's correct.
He was one of the operations officers within the IMT, correct?
Gary's involved with planning and a few roles in this IMT because of the intensity of the fire and other fires.
And do you see there, as you touched upon earlier, warning level capital WA4, meaning watch and act level 4.
Correct?
Now, what does that mean?
Well, as it says in the SITREP, fire behaviour variable based on local conditions. Fire intensity will be uncontrolled and move quickly. Flame height above houses. Expected ember attack. Spot fires may occur up to 4 kilometres.
Now, you go down to current situation, it's about halfway down the page. Do you see it says the fire is burning in severe fire danger conditions and is currently between 6 and 24 hours from properties? Do you see that, sir?
That's correct.
And then it says, under these conditions, fires are uncontrollable and move quickly. Embers will be blown up to 4 kilometres ahead of the fire, creating spot fires that will move quickly and in different directions. These spot fires may threaten your home earlier than the predicted main fire front. Now, this is at 2 p.m. Based on that situation report, RFS does not have the fire hitting properties until about 8 o'clock at night. Is that so?
No, that fire in Reedy Swamp, there was property scattered through some of that country as well.
Now, in relation to the Watch and Act Level 4, are any communications at that point in time made to the public?
That information would have been available on Fires Near Me and through our website. The information coming from the situation reports and ICON is information that is forwarded on.
Now, do you see at the foot of the page that in less than 2 hours, properties along Bega River in vicinity of Reedy Swamp Road, Lillipilly Road and Vimy Ridge Road could be impacted by fire? Do you see that?
I can.
Now, by that period of time, was that an accurate statement?
I think it's a worst case scenario indication. And certainly, with that day, there was some definitely variable fire behaviour.
But by this time, have you started to pull those crews that were in and around Reedy Swamp Road and Lillipilly Road out of that area because of concerns in relation to the movement of the fire?
Those crews in that area were on the leeway of that fire in open country with experienced operators in there, and I did not have concern for those people in there, and we had contact with them.
Then do you see the next line down that the fire could potentially impact properties between 2 and 6 hours, so 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Along the Bega River, again in the vicinity of Reedy Swamp Road, Lillipilly Road and Vimy Ridge Road. No reference is made to potential impacts to the south or east of the Bega River, correct?
Correct.
Why is that, given what had been said by Mr. Philp to you at about 1:30 when he handed you the fire prediction map, and your own concerns in relation to spotting across the river?
I can't recall that.
You can't offer any explanation why no reference is made to the potential, at least, of fire impact to the south and east of the Bega River at that
That's
time?
obviously that's obviously an error in the SITREP. Remembering that the information from Mr. Phillips was the potential.
Yes, but you yourself as the incident controller, independent of Mr. Phelps' opinion had also come to the conclusion, as I understood your evidence before lunchtime, of the possibility of spotting across the Bega River towards the town of Tathra, correct? Given
towards the northern end of Thompson Drive, yes.
I'm just talking about your thought processes that we went through before 1 o'clock today. Given those conditions, being the 40 to 70 kilometre per hour gusts, the high temperatures, the direction of wind travel, I thought you'd said that you held some concerns that there could be spotting across the Bega River towards the direction of Tathra. Am I correct in that?
I don't believe I mentioned Tathra, but I'll stand corrected.
Do you accept that at about 1:30 on the 18th of March 2018, given the northwesterly winds, the speeds at which those winds were gusting, the high temperatures, that there was a possibility of spotting across the Bega River at some point after 1:30 p.m. that day?
Yes, there was a possibility, and obviously this situation report has not included that in that information.
Thank you. And what I'm wanting to explore with you, Mr. Cullen, if I may, is what strategy between 1:30 and 2 p.m. were you, as the incident controller, contemplating in relation to the eventuation of that possibility of spotting across the river, given those winds heading in a generally southeasterly direction?
Well, certainly we had a cruise go into investigate a smoke sighting somewhere near Blackfellas Lake. We also had a group officer go in to that area to investigate possible smoke further east, and we had crews around in that area, not down Thompson Road as I can recall, crews that had come around from the Dr. George end of the Reedy Swamp Fire.
Was any thought given between 1:30 and 2 p.m. to elevating the warning level to an EW5, emergency warning level 5?
It was discussed, and the thought was, in conjunction with our MIC desk in Sydney, that we leave it where it is.
And who was that discussed with in Sydney?
The major incident control that was we go through for issuing warnings and upgrading warnings and dropping warnings to a lower level.
Had you recommended to that operational command that you, as the incident controller, thought that the level should be raised from a Watch and Act 4 to a EW5, early warning 5, at about 2 p.m, or not?
My thoughts were, as per the matrix, where our warnings are pulled from, that should have been lifted to that warning, as per the matrix.
And was that documented either in ICON or in some other system?
It was a discussion, a group discussion around the phone, talking to the MIC desk.
And doing the best you can today, sir, what time do you believe that conversation took place?
From my recollection, when the Watch and Act was put in play, that it be higher than that.
All right. Now we've seen in situation report number 4 was the first time it was raised to Watch and Act 4. Am I clear that at that time you were advocating with the MIC that it should be at a high level, namely an EW5.
That is correct, and that is because our matrix on that day and the weather conditions and the possible impact on property, that was a level that my thoughts were it should have went to.
And returning to that discussion at about 2 p.m. or thereabouts, when the EW4 was introduced, who was present as part of that group discussion involving yourself and the MIC?
Certainly the planning / public liaison officer who was we were working together on it, and the operations officer.
All right, working backwards, who was the operations officer at MIC you discussed that with?
Ian Stroud.
And who was the planning officer that you mentioned a moment ago that you had that discussion with?
And public liaison was David Webster.
And did the three of you have a conversation with one or more people at MIC?
It was around the phone discussion with the MIC. And I'm not sure whether Dave Philp was in on that as well, but certainly the three of us were there at this talking around phone to the MIC.
And who, to your recollection, was participating at the other end as part of the MIC?
I can't recall that.
And was it relayed to you from the MIC that at about 2 p.m. the warning level should remain as a watch and act level 4?
That's correct.
Did you voice your disapproval with that direction at that time or not?
My commentary was that if we're going by the matrix for warnings, it should be going to that level.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Now, can I ask you to turn to the next situation report, number 5, if you have a copy there. Thank you, Inspector Barnes. Now this one you see is time-stamped 15:03, 3 minutes after 3 in the afternoon. It's watermark draft. Does your version have draft running across it, Mr. Cullen?
Correct.
Again, it does not seem to be approved by anyone when one looks at the foot of the page. Again, can you offer any explanation as to, firstly, why it's in draft, and secondly, why it does not appear to be approved or dated?
Certainly that's an error on our behalf.
There is a document behind it that is.
It's another one. Now, if we turn to page 3 of that, the warning level remains at a watch and act level 4, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that that warning level, given what you've said earlier, would be inconsistent with the situational awareness on the ground and also within the IMT at that time?
Correct.
Do I take it, given what you said in answer to some questions a moment ago, that at this point in time, that is shortly after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that the warning level should have been set at emergency warning EW level 5?
At least that level.
At least. Why do you say
Yes.
at least?
Well, certainly I've got to go back through the matrix, but certainly we were aware that fire was going to be impacting with news coming from or information communication coming from the helicopter, that the fire had got across the Bega River and was heading towards Thompson's.
That's so. And I was going to come back to that. And thank you for reminding me. But you knew at least by about 2:50 in the afternoon from some intelligence from a helicopter that the fire had crossed the river to the south. That's so?
That's correct.
Do you recall receiving some intelligence from Brett Ockleshaw at about 2:45 p.m. that day that he thought but could not be certain that there may have been some spotting across the river to the east of Blackfellas Lagoon?
I don't, that would have come through the comms here. I don't recall that coming to me, but I do vividly recall the aircraft calling in at approximately that time that there was fire across the river and heading hard down the river. That was his words.
Is it fair to say that the situation reporting did not appear at this time to keep pace with the fire's progress?
That's correct.
It's 3 minutes past 3 when this sit rep is created, and those within the IMT are already appraised of information that the fire has already impacted Tathra. Correct?
As soon as we received that information pertaining from the aircraft, once again went back to the red phone and the MIC desk to have those warnings heightened to an emergency warning.
Thank you. I'll return to that shortly. If you take your eyes to the foot of page 3 of the situation report, number 5. You see at the bottom, again, we've got some times as to when properties may be impacted, potentially. And again, remembering, of course, Mr. Cullen, this sit reps shortly after 3 p.m, but it states that between the potential between 2 and 6 hours, properties may be impacted south of the Bega River around Ike Games Road and Lillypilly. Do you agree with me that is hopelessly wrong at that point in time?
Correct.
And that in relation to Blackfellas Lake, Tathra River Estate, the prediction that fire could be impacting between 6 and 24 hours was also hopelessly wrong.
Yes, that's correct.
Are you able to proffer an explanation to Her Honour today as to why the sit reps were so erroneous?
There's only one explanation, is that they weren't checked carefully enough and signed off with the correct information in them.
And whose responsibility is that?
At the end of the day, it falls with the incident controller.
It's very noble of you. Are you able to say who had direct responsibility for the creation and or approval of the sit reps on that day, or are you just unable to say?
No, generally those sit reps were signed off by the incident controller. And look, I can't make an excuse for that. We had a lot of activity going on around that time, and that's been a failing at this end.
At 3 p.m, is it fair to say that in terms of the IMT's priorities, it had switched to the Reedy Swamp Fire from its focus perhaps on Frog Hollows or Kerrison's Lane?
Certainly when we got the call that the fire had crossed the river, we were working with the Kerrison's Lane, the Frogs Hollow incident controllers, group officers at that level, looking at what resources they could possibly give us safely to head straight to Tathra, and other resources that were coming back online from the Cooper's Gully fire, from Bamboka to fires there from Wyndham Lane, were directed straight to Tathra.
Thank you. Now, just in relation to air support, the first air support resources came in from Maruya, did they not? Shortly after, between 2 and 2:30 p.m. Is that about right?
I believe it was a little bit later than that. I'll have that noted here, but I believe it was later than that.
The logs will
But there was
the logs will speak for themselves. The logs will speak for themselves. And in terms of strategy, at around 3 p.m, what was the strategy that the IMT had landed on, given the intel that was coming back to the IMT from the fire ground in relation to impacts on Tathra?
The information with the fire position, certainly we had Dave Lucas already in Tathra, group officer. We already had resources with him. We had Brent heading that way, the second group officer, controller, and resources to report to them for action and property protection in Tathra.
At that point, did you seek to redeploy other resources from other areas into the township of Tathra?
Every available safe resource was responded to Tathra. Remembering we had a fair scatter of resources to the south and to the north of our district, into Maruya and those areas there, and west of Bamboka, in case something happened in that area. We had a bones approach of resources there that could respond to assist there. So every available resource we thought safe was brought and sent to Tathra.
Would it be fair to say that the strategy was reactionary at that time, given what was occurring in terms of the Ember attacks from about 3 p.m. onwards?
We reacted to that because of the situation, and certainly the resources we didn't have on these fires were there for a reason, to protect our district, and they were limited.
And I take it the main focus from 3 p.m. or thereabouts after that time was one of preserving life and property as best one could.
Correct. And certainly we were fortunate to get the upper hand, or get the both Kerrison's Lane and Frogs Hollow to a contained state, but we could release resources.
Mr. Cullen, can I ask you to go to the next situation report, which is number 6. It's also time-stamped at 15:03. It's in large part in identical terms to the earlier draft version. Do you see, however, at the bottom, when you compare SITREP number 6 to 5, that it's removed any reference to the potential of properties being impacted to the south of the river, the Bega River? It seems to remove that in that version. Again, can you offer any explanation as to why that may have occurred, or has occurred, I should say?
No, I can't.
Less than ideal. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Now, at this point in time, have you had any further discussions with the MIC in relation to the warning level that should be set? At 2 o'clock you'd indicated that you thought it should be a early warning, emergency warning 5, and it was set at a WA4. It appears on the situation reports 5 and 6 that it remained at a watch and act level 4. Were you advocating at this time, about 3 p.m, with the MIC that it should be elevated to an EW5?
Correct.
And again, was that a conversation you yourself had with members of the MIC?
With the MIC, and then rang the red phone, which brings on all the senior staff to talk about the emergency warning, the what level, and the advice to go around that to property owners and the community.
Now, the red phone to which you've just referred, where does that take you?
That rings into state ops with the commissioner and the senior state ops people, representatives.
And I take it when an instant controller such as yourself reaches for the red phone, it's not to be done lightly.
Correct.
Have you ever reached for the red phone before?
Yes.
Did you reach for the red phone on this occasion because you had concerns about what you're being told by the MIC?
No. I reached for the red phone because that fire, the information coming from the aircraft was that it had crossed the Bega River and was heading towards Thompson's Lane. Or Thompson's Road, sorry, correction.
And as a result of your communications with state operations, was the warning level elevated to an emergency warning level 5?
I believe so. I haven't got that information in front of me. But certainly to an emergency warning.
If it assists, Mr Cullen, SIT Rep number 7, situation report number 7, timestamp 1537. Thank you, Inspector Barnes. It's the first time, at least from my appreciation of the record, where the warning level was set at EW5. Do you see that there, sir, on page 3?
Correct. Yes, I do.
Now, are you able to tell Her Honour today approximately what time you may have reached for the red phone to have that engagement with state operations?
From my recollection, it was pre-3 o'clock.
Again, are you able to say how earlier, before 3 o'clock, you believe you contacted state operations?
No.
Are you able to provide an explanation for why it may have taken, at the very least, half an hour or more for that warning level to be elevated to an EW5?
I can't explain that.
Was the once the warning levels set at EW5, what's your understanding as to what takes place?
Those warnings are issued from that area, and certainly if we talk on a conference line with all the players, what information is needed on that, and it goes and it comes out from headquarters, from state operations.
And what you're talking about is that there's a warning issued to the public.
Correct.
By voice message and text message, to your understanding.
Correct.
And do you know why it was sent at the first warning was sent at 3:47 p.m. and not sooner?
I can't answer that. I'm not privy to that.
I take it you would have preferred that it was issued before 3 p.m.
Correct.
And given your earlier evidence, around 2 p.m. if the MIC had taken on board what you had been advocating at that point in time.
Correct.
Since this terrible fire, did you participate in the after-action review?
I did.
Did you raise, as part of that after-action review, which I think took place in May of 2018, your concerns in relation to the delay in issuing the EW5?
From what I can recall, it was a discussion point.
And what was the outcome of that discussion in relation to the delay, as far as you're concerned, between moving to the EW5 warning level?
Well, certainly fires since that time, that time frame has decreased.
Can you,
And different practices of preparing emergency warnings pre that happening, and certainly marking up maps, having that information available, having a trigger point for those to be issued, has changed dramatically since that time.
for the better, I take it?
Absolutely.
Now, a section 44 was declared at about 5:20 that afternoon, thereabouts. Do you agree with that?
Around that period, yes. Certainly 5 o'clock-ish.
From your experience, what are the integers necessary for a section 44 to be declared?
Well, certainly the lack of resources and an uncontrollable fire out with our ability to control that fire.
And the decision for a section 44 to be declared ultimately rests with the Commissioner of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, correct?
Correct.
Do you know why it took between, say, 3 p.m. and 5:20 p.m. for that section 44 to be declared, given what you've said to Her Honour today about your concerns that you held, at the very least at 2 p.m. in relation to setting a warning level at EW5?
I can't answer that. Certainly we were talking with the MIC that with the potential for these fires and the potential for other fires in the district, that and particularly once the fire crossed the Bega River, that this management should go to a section 44.
And what is the practical effect, Mr. Cullen, based on your experience, of the declaration under section 44 of the Rural Fires Act?
Well, it certainly becomes coordinated firefighting, and the best placed incident controller is put in that position, and the availability of resources to assist in that incident.
In short form, you have more resources at your disposal to throw at the fire.
Correct.
And is it correct in relation to the Reedy Swamp fire, that is the fire that impacted Tathra, that as a result of that section 44, you're able to pull in more air support?
I believe that is part of it, but as the fire escalated in that afternoon, our MIC and our State Ops was certainly arranging for more assets to come here to assist, and particularly aerial assets.
And did some of those aerial assets come in from Victoria, to your understanding?
My understanding is the large air tanker come in from Victoria to assist at that fire.
Some aircraft deployed out of Canberra?
Correct?
Tumut?
Wherever we can... Sorry.
Tumut?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And did you get more boots on the ground as well?
Well, certainly as part of talking with the MEC and our areas around, they were arranging for extra resources, IMT resources, and extra resources for the ground. Strike teams being arranged. Certainly as the day got on and those areas weren't being impacted, other areas weren't being impacted by fire, arranging changeover crews for the night time and certainly crews for next day.
Mr. Cullen, I just want to deal with you, if I may, on a discrete topic in relation to communications. Throughout the course of the afternoon, whilst you were the incident controller and then later on as the deputy incident controller, was there an issue in relation to communications, firstly between members of the Bega Fire Control Centre with RFS crews?
We do, part of those areas there do have a bit of a shadowing effect on comms from our towers, which we have right throughout our district. There's areas there not as good as the other. The other thing is that certainly the effect of the smoke on our comms, I believe, was limiting. But I don't recall anything too serious that we couldn't make contact with people, mainly through the rough and tumble effect of the firefighting, particularly in Tathra, when I believe we couldn't get into some of those areas mainly because they were out of their vehicles.
Her Honour has heard some evidence earlier this week from Captain Peter Van Brack, who was the brigade captain of Tarranganda. Do you know Mr. Van Brack?
I do.
And he gave some evidence in summary that when he and two other crew members were at the bottom end of Lillipilly Road, that is the southern end of Lillipilly Road, towards Mr. Purnell's property, that they had no communications with the VHS.
Pullen's property.
Sorry, Mr. Pullen's property.
Correct.
That they had no communications back to either Group Captain Lucas or, I can't remember, it may have even been Bega Fire Centre on the VHS channel. Have you heard of that issue before now?
There was some discussion on that, but certainly we had PMR contact or main channel contact with Peter Van Brack, and I believe those issues with the VHF radios have been sorted as far as a technical skill, and not a skill, but a technical issue with the radios.
Now, when the Section 44 was declared, Mr. Cullen, Superintendent Mark Williams was appointed as the incident controller. Do you know why he was appointed as incident controller under that Section 44 and not yourself?
Mark Williams, as mentioned earlier, the Commissioner appoints the most skilled and knowledgeable person and level of training in that area. Mark Williams was appointed. He's a level 3 incident controller.
At that point in time, was he based in the Shoalhaven district?
My understanding is yes.
Is that about a 2-hour drive from Bega?
It wouldn't be any less. He'd want to be moving.
How then does the incident controller from 5:20 p.m. that day adequately take control and command of the IMT when he's a 2-hour drive away?
From my recollection, Mark Williams arrived here around 5:15, and certainly as part of the fire, the local emergency management committee and other areas support up and away from the fire. Mark took those roles on, and the operational role of the fire continued in the hands of the deputy incident controller. The recovery, along with Mark took on a lot of the recovery work and issues with the losses in managing the losses in Tathra.
Well, if you just assume for me, please, that Mr Williams has given a statement in relation to this inquiry, and it's at page 1701 of Exhibit 1, paragraph 16, where Mr Williams says, and I quote Mr Cullen, "Due to bad traffic, I didn't arrive at the Bega Fire Control Centre until about 7:25 p.m. Now, if you just assume the veracity of that statement, can I return to my question? How does an incident controller...
Sorry.
How does an incident controller who's been appointed by the Commissioner pursuant to Section 44 of the Act sufficiently take control and command of a fire when they're a 2-hour drive away?
Can I go back a step there and correct something of my statement? That the Section 44 was declared just after 5 o'clock.
Yes, 5:20 as I understand it.
And Mark was directed to come to Bega Valley.
Could we return to my question? How does an incident controller appointed by the Commissioner pursuant to Section 44 of the Act adequately take control and command of the IMT when they're a 2-hour drive away?
Well, that is not possible. It was continuing on with myself as the Deputy Incident Controller from that point.
So you assumed the role of incident controller until that time that Mr Williams arrived at about 7:25 p.m.
Correct. And as Mark was nominated as Incident Controller, I was put in as a Deputy Incident Controller, along with, I believe, Alan Henderson from my memory, and Superintendent from Fire and Rescue.
Now, just one final matter. We've touched upon it already in some answers to some of my questions. There's obviously been the after-action review. Have you participated at a local level with brigade, Rural Fire Service brigades, any debriefing process after this fire?
The process of debriefing is brigades have their debrief, groups have their debrief, groups of brigades. The senior management team have their debrief, i.e. the group officers, and issues coming out of that go forward to the Bushfire Management Committee debrief.
And is that the report that some of us may have seen, which is headed after action review? Or is that something different?
There's a BFMC after action review, but pre that the senior management team debrief, and a lot of the earlier, the brigade have their own, and that information's captured locally with them, and then the groups and the senior management team have theirs, which is pushed forward to the Bushfire Management Committee debrief issues.
Given what you know today, are there any lessons learnt as far as you're concerned as to how things perhaps could have been done slightly differently at the time or not?
Look, I feel that the work in Tathra was admirable, and certainly for the two group officers, without pulling them out of the back, but hadn't experienced that before. There's more work obviously needs to be done surrounding being overwhelmed in this control centre with extra staff assisting with situation reports. And we continue to work with our comms group and all the IMT staff to improve their skills. And there's always learnings out of this, and they are some of the areas we've worked hard on, along with really expressing and pushing the need for, on days that were very high and above, that agency liaison officers make themselves available and are in this control centre to assist.
As a member of the Bushfire Management Committee, did you hold an executive position on that committee?
The executive officer?
And as part of its remit was fuel load management an aspect of its role?
So is that a question, or is that was in that debrief?
No, I just want to explore with you, if I could, very quickly, Mr. Cullen, whether as a member of the Bushfire Management Committee, part of its role was in relation to hazard reductions, prescribed burning, fuel load management, however described. You'll have to say yes or no. So it's just got,
yes, you're quite correct, and certainly, yeah.
And do you recall in April of 2015, so about 3 years before this fire, a discussion around hazard reduction in the Tandra area, or not?
There was continual discussion on those areas and any other areas that had potential, and we were outside our treatment period.
What do you mean by outside our treatment period?
We have a risk management plan developed for our district. Every district is required to produce a risk management plan and an operations plan, coordination plan. The risk plan identifies assets, it identifies treatments, and it identifies timeframes for treatments, a lot of treatments to happen in those areas.
And when you say you're outside your treatment period, what do you specifically mean?
Well, some of them, as part of the risk plan, some of those indicate that a treatment needs to happen within so many years, and that gets reported on at Bushfire Management Committee meetings. And look, there may be reasons why some of those treatments can't happen, and certainly we look at as a committee some backup programs there to reduce risk. And certainly, if you look at some of those issues, weather can play a part in those areas where some burning or treatments can't take place. We look at something else. There's not always one treatment to these risks. There's other treatments, and look at alternative treatments to reduce the risk.
But is one of the treatments to which you referred hazard reduction?
Without would be in those broad acre areas, but remembering a lot of those areas through there was an area of proclaimed that koalas are living in that area, and that we needed to look at and get our planning together for how we could conduct that burning and not interfere with the threatened species.
Was there, prior to March of 2018, the need for undertaking hazard reduction burns in the Tandja forest in that area where the koala population was located?
I can't recall any hazard reduction happening there, but there was an enormous amount of planning going on and trialling in that area to see what would best suit our environmental issue there with the koalas and the environment around them.
And no hazard reductions were done in relation to that koala population, correct?
I'd have to look at figures in our plan to determine that.
Did the Reedy Swamp fire pass through that area where that koala habitat was?
Part of that, yes.
Yes. All right. Yes, there may be.
But certainly, if we go back to Tathra and the work as part of that committee and the work of the risk management plan coming out of the risk plan for the agencies, the council, the land managers, the preparation of APZs, asset protection zones on the western side of Tarthra, the establishment and the maintenance of trails, and the maintenance of recreation areas by Lands Department and Council throughout Tarthra was ongoing. And along with that, the work of the community education, that's a key role in our risk plan, is working with our community. The preparation there, of the Get Ready Day and a very strong and respected brigade in that area had done an enormous amount of work in Thompson's and those areas there, preparing communities and talking to communities, and along with the staff, giving information on best ways to prepare homes and what to expect during fires.
Thank you, Mr Cullen. There may be some other questions.
Mr.
Thank you.
Lopez, do you have any questions? No questions. Thank you. Any questions from Court 2?
Not from me, Your Honour.
Nor me, Your Honour. Thank you.
No, Your Honour.
Mr Newton.
Yes, Your Honour. Mr Cullen, when you mentioned that you became aware of the fire spotting across the river by reports that you received back from a helicopter above the fire, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you became aware of that occurring, is it right that you immediately began looking at assets that you could move into Tarthra to attempt to protect the properties in and around Tarthra?
That's correct.
Is it all? There's a Tarthra brigade of the Rural Fire Service. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
And are you aware? Was the Tarthra brigade a part of the response, which was responding to properties in and around to the risk in and around Tarthra?
That's correct.
And you also mentioned that there was a report in the Blackfellows Lagoon of a possible spotting. Do you recall that?
The report we got in here was a possible smoke sighting in the Blackfellows Lake area.
And that was
now that turned out to be smoke drifting across from the main fire, but it took a response, and it come from a 000 call.
Do you recall what that response was?
Yeah, it turned out to be nothing.
No, but was a brigade sent to investigate that smoke sighting? Was that a yes?
That's correct, yes.
And was that at a point earlier than when the helicopter gave you information that the fire had crossed the river?
Yes.
So is this, and so there were brigades on the south side of the river ready to respond as soon as there was a confirmed fire on the south side of the river. Is that correct?
We had brigades sort of that were running, coming offline from other fires that were available resource, and the Kerrison's Lane fire was quietening down and we were getting a better handle on that, and those resources were becoming available to move wherever we needed to move them to.
And in terms of your decision making about where resources should or shouldn't be deployed, I take it that you were making your decisions on the basis of a variety of sources of information. Is that right?
Yes.
So one was the intelligence reports you were receiving from the helicopter flying above the Reedy Swamp fire. Is that one source?
That is, and that helicopter had to keep coming back onto the western side of the smoke column to pick up what was going on, and was excellent intel into this control centre.
And you were also receiving intelligence from Group Officer Lucas about what was happening on the fire ground in the Vimy Ridge area, is that right?
That's correct, till he left there and moved back round via Dr. George and back round into Tathra.
And so you're aware that he had a number of brigades which were responding to the Tathra area. Is that correct?
He had brigades with him, yes.
And that was at a time prior to you becoming aware the property was being impacted in Tathra?
Correct. My understanding there was the Tathra Brigade were already in Ocean View Drive and those areas there protecting homes.
But you also had Mr. Lucas bringing back further crews to Tathra once the view had been taken that the fire could no longer be held in the Vimy Ridge area.
Correct.
And when you could, you were moving crews off the Kerrison Lane fire?
Correct.
And you were also seeking to release crews from the fire that had the potential to threaten Tura Beach?
That's correct.
And in terms of your decision making, though, your attention's been drawn to what was recorded in situation reports about where the fire was and what threat might be posed by the fire. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Did what was recorded in situation reports have any impact on your decisions as to where and when to deploy resources?
Certainly that information needed to go into the situation reports, but a lot of our decision making on this day, because it was so hectic, was field comment and aircraft comment.
What I'm suggesting is you didn't delay moving resources to Tathra because of something which was recorded in a situation report, did you?
No.
And in terms of, you mentioned that you were speaking to the MIC and also, I think, state operations throughout the afternoon of the 18th of March 2018. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were letting them know of the fires that you were dealing with and the resources that you had available to them. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you needed, or when you had a perception that you needed further resources, such as aviation resources, you requested them. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the delegation was going back through our MIC desk to organise those crews, aircraft, replacement IMT staff. That was going back through the MIC desk to organise.
So before there was a section declaration report, there was nevertheless resources from out of areas being sent into your rural fire district. Is that correct?
Certainly, Eurobodalla had a strike team heading south, and later on in that evening, other strike teams were moved this way when conditions deemed safe in their own areas. Remembering the whole area here and surrounding areas was being impacted by similar weather. And from my understanding, Shoalhaven also, as things quietened down in that area, were organised through our MIC desk to send a strike team south.
So in terms of the resources which were made available to you, would you agree with this proposition that whether or not a Section 44 declaration was made at 3 p.m. or 5 p.m, that had little or no effect on the resources which were available to you in Tathra on the afternoon of the 18th of March?
I don't believe so, and certainly you can only get resource when it's available, and we were calling out for extra aircraft support, which was being organised from the MIC desk in Sydney and State Air Desk.
And also, you were asked some questions about Mr. Williams being appointed as the Section 44 controller, and you and his capacity or otherwise to take control of the fire whilst he was in transit to Bega. Just having regard to those questions, firstly, is it right that you're qualified to be an incident controller, but not for Section 44 fires? Is that right?
Correct.
You're qualified to be a deputy incident controller on Section 44 fires?
Correct.
On Section 44 fires, though, there are often times where the deputy incident controller is acting in the role of incident controller. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, for example, sometimes you'll have the Section 44 appointee doing the day shift and then a deputy incident controller doing the night shift. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
So the fact that you continued to practically be the incident controller until Mr. Williams arrived is something which is a common occurrence. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
And similarly, there is a transition period after the appointment of a Section 44 appointee. Well, I withdraw that. Was there anyone in the Bega area that had the qualifications to be the Section 44 appointee on that afternoon?
No, there's no other level 3 controller in the Bega Valley or Eurobodalla.
And so Mr. Williams was, practically speaking, as close as you were going to get in terms of a qualified Section 44 incident controller?
To my knowledge, yes. We have a level 3 incident controller. No, I'll withdraw that. Yes, Mark Williams was the closest person to take that on.
Yeah, no further questions, Your Honour.
Anything arising?
There's just one matter, if I may, Your Honour. Mr. Cullen, is Inspector Barnes still with you?
He is.
Inspector Barnes, are you able to provide to Mr. Cullen situation report number 7? If not, I can bring it up on the screen.
You've got it there. Should have it there already, Councillor.
Thank you, sir. Do you have a copy of that?
Yes, I do.
If you go to the second page, which just sets out resource details, this is situation report 7. You have there 15 RFS field personnel, 5 appliances, Fire and Rescue New South Wales, 4 field personnel, 1 appliance. Then if you move forward and tell me if you don't have this, Mr. Cullen, to situation report 16. You may not have it in your bundle.
2 seconds. I can get it.
That's all right. We'll bring it up on the screen. It starts at page 1603 of Exhibit 1.
From the council. 1603. Bear with us, please, Mr. Cullen.
Fine.
I'll have brought up on the screen, Mr. Cullen, situation report number 16. it's 17:16 hours, so 16 minutes after 5 that afternoon. And if one goes to page 2 to the resource details, you see field personnel, RFS 15, appliances 5, and we see an escalation in relation to Fire and Rescue New South Wales, 19 personnel and 6 appliances. Those figures that you see there in relation to resource details sit comfortably with your recollection as to the resources at that time?
No, they don't.
Thank you. And what's your recollection as to what the resources were at about 16 minutes after 5 on the 18th of March 2018?
I would have thought we'd had closer to 40, 45 appliances there. There's certainly a lot more personnel to man those. If you put, closer to 80 or 90 personnel, this is only a guide, and I don't notice any aircraft in that list as well.
Thank you. Look, I was going to raise that because it seemed to me that it may have been an error because A, there's no aircraft, and secondly, there's no allocation to National Parks and Wildlife or Forestry New South Wales.
Correct. And no machinery online there. I'm sure we had machinery there. Forestry had machinery there around that time.
All right. Well, we might go to the next situation report, which is number 17, commences at page 1607. This is at 1804. So a little after 6.
Hang on, I haven't got 17 with me. Just
That's
hang
right.
on.
It's on the screen. If you're able to look at the screen,
Yep.
and to page 2 of the report, 1608, I'll bring that up. Tell me if you can't see it, please. Do you see
Now I can see it.
see the resource details now? You see significant increase in the allocation of resources.
Correct.
Does that sit more comfortably with your recollection as to the resources being utilised at about that point in time?
Well, certainly it does, but there's no there's no aircraft nominated there.
Yes. And could that simply be because, as you've alluded to throughout the course of today, things were moving so rapidly, it was a hectic or challenging environment, and sometimes the paperwork wasn't keeping up with what was actually happening within the centre?
I would think that's a very fair comment. There was a lot of competing without lowering the standard to have our SITREPs up to date and the timeframes around those. It was an extremely harrowing afternoon, and certainly we need to do better with that.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. They are my questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. That completes your evidence, Mr. Cullen. Can I thank you for the time in your evidence and also thank you for your service. You're now excused.
Thank you very much.
Your Honour, could we have a short adjournment, please?
Yes.
Your Honour, thank you for the indulgence. Can I indicate to Your Honour that a decision's been made not to call Superintendent Mark Williams in circumstances where your inquiry has heard over the last few days considerable evidence in relation to the response, and in circumstances where Mr Williams did not arrive to the Bega Fire Centre until around about 7:25 p.m. on the day of the fire. Can I indicate to Your Honour, doing the best I can, the order of witnesses that I apprehend will be called on Monday. First witness will be Mr Alan Henderson, followed by Mr Derek Van Brack, Mr Jason Heffernan. Time permitting, there are some lay witnesses. If we're unable to accommodate them on Monday, then they will be called on Tuesday, together with Mr Simon Heemstra. In terms of the expert evidence, at this point in time, I apprehend that Wednesday morning we will call concurrently expert evidence from Professor Blackburn and Dr Russell, followed by Mr Jeff Conway. Thursday, I apprehend we will be calling concurrently expert evidence from Mr Andrew Norman and Mr Marcus Lodge, arborists. And on Friday, I'm hopeful of calling Mr Paul DeMar, natural resource and vegetation management consultant.
All right. Are there any matters that need to be raised now before I adjourn?
Not for my part, Your Honour.
Just one.
Oh, just one.
Which, actually, no, I'll raise it with Mr Castleton.
There's one matter I did indicate to Mr Newton that I would raise with Your Honour. Could Your Honour excuse Superintendent Mark Williams from his subpoena? And also Mr Clark, who was also...
Mr Clark is also excused.
Thank you.
Right. So these proceedings are now adjourned until Monday the 17th
Yes, Your Honour.
August, 10 o'clock.
Please, the call.